This is a horror game podcast. It is meant for mature audiences. It may contain shocking revelations, violence, and sexual themes. Viewer discretion is advised. Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I play the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Thom Raley. The scenario is Now Gather the Harvest. It was written by Thomas Bailey, who is also our keeper of arcane lore, and this is a one-shot. So without any further delay, let's begin our journey into the darkness. Thomas?
Okay. So we're starting. It is March 1935. In particular, it is the 20th of March, 1935. There has been kind of people that have been reading in the newspapers. There's been these cars that have been found kind of abandoned all throughout the state of Texas, which isn't too peculiar in and of itself by the fact that it's during the Dust Bowl and also during the Great Depression. And so people run out of gas and they just kind of leave their vehicles as they kind of continue westward looking for something, whatever, to kind of keep their lives going. However, there's been a few that have not quite made it into the newspapers themselves, but our two Texas Rangers, Captain John Marshall and Lieutenant Harry Carter, have been called forth into the chief of the Rangers in order to kind of learn a little bit more about it. So that's kind of where we'll start off. Is Captain Marshall and Lieutenant Carter are entering then into the chief's office. If you want to kind of describe yourselves a little bit, gentlemen.
I'm Captain John Marshall. I'm approaching half a century of life. I was a Texas Ranger in my youth, and then when they kind of closed down the program for a few years, I kind of drifted around, but now that they've opened it back up, I joined right back in, and I'm proud to say that I've made it to detective. My face is a little worn from being out in the sun so much down here in Texas, but I wouldn't have it any other way. God truly has blessed Texas.
Well said, Captain. I'm Lieutenant Harry Carter. Bit of a hard scrabble upbringing. My pa died when I was 15, and Mom and my sisters, we moved in with our grandparents, and Texas farming is hard on your back and your soul. I'm only newly with the Rangers, and I look to learn from Captain Marshall as much as I can.
Okay, excellent. So you guys enter into the chief's office, and he's kind of a middle-aged man, kind of sun-beaten face type of thing. And he kind of comes in, he's sitting behind a big desk and says, gentlemen, please, you guys come and sit down. I've got a little bit of potential mission for you guys.
Sure thing, Chief.
Well, John, Harry, I don't know if you've been reading the newspapers, but you know about those cars that have been being found all across the state. The governor's getting a little upset about some of the ones that have been found more recently. There's been, and he kind of looks into his notes, there's been about 15 of them, kind of all throughout the state, some in East Texas, West Texas, Central Texas, North Texas, kind of any part of Texas you can think of. And these particular cars are causing a little bit of concern because of the fact that, well, they're a bit sun-beaten, but not the way one would expect. I mean, these cars look like they've been out in the desert sun for the last 30 years or so. And, well, when they find a 1932 Buick that's sun-beaten like it's been 30 years, it gets a little strange. And someone's taken the license plates off those cars as well. And they look pretty beaten up and worn out. And one of the peculiarities is, well, the trunks happen to be filled with this very fine kind of powdery dust. A little bit like I'm told, kind of like what you find in your fireplace after you have a fire going on. Thing is, we haven't had much luck with any of this, but there's a sheriff up in what is it? Let's see, Oldham County. Let's see, his name is Sheriff Jethro Parker, and he's come across a potential find in one of those cars. Found a little matchbook with the name of a hotel on it. And so I'd like you boys to kind of head up to Vega. That's the county seat there in Oldham County, and see what he's found out. See if you can follow the lead and see what's happening, and see if you can get us any answers on some of these vehicles.
Oh, yeah, that'll be no problem there, Chief.
Has the state done any sort of chemical analysis on the powder? Is it burnt wood or?
We've only kind of been able to tell it's definitely something that's had been living at some point, whether it was wood or not, or anything else. We can't be certain of that. Our chemists aren't able to kind of get that detailed in what they can find.
But it's very fine. There aren't chunks of anything. For example,
as far as we know, we haven't found any chunks, anything. It's that very, almost like loam, kind of very smooth type of powder.
Mm-hmm. And since it seems like that would all be same party involved in leaving the vehicles behind, is there any pattern to where those ones were located?
Not as far as we can tell. Like I said, we've found about 15 of these now with that kind of strange elements to them, but they've been up in kind of all over the state, down in South Texas, East Texas, West Texas, Central Texas, pretty much everywhere. And as far as we can tell, none of our boys have been able to find any sort of pattern.
Fair enough, Chief. Well, we'll head up to Vega. Straight thing.
All right. It'll take you boys a couple of days to get up there. It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Now, if you need anything, the closest station of other ranges is going to be down in Fort Worth, which is going to be a good half day's drive away. So you boys be careful, but definitely let us know if anything's happening.
Oh, we'll be careful. Don't worry, we got it. One problem,
All right.
2 Rangers. That seems like we got it outnumbered already.
That's my boys. That's my boys. All right. Okay. Anything you guys want to do before you leave Austin to head up to Oldham County?
I mean, no, besides, make sure that my guns are oiled and that I've got some traveling money. That's all I need.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we taking one vehicle or two?
Yeah.
You've only got one car assigned to you.
Yeah, let's just take one. We don't need to be wasting any more of the state's money.
Fair enough. Yeah. Sidearms in order. Extra gasoline in the trunk. Redundant map, because I don't think I've ever seen Oldham County, and after all, it's a big state.
Yeah.
Yeah, you both have a couple of guns. I believe the captain has a shotgun and a pistol, and then the lieutenant's got a shotgun as well. If there's anything else you want, the armory's there. The Texas Rangers, of course, they'll give you anything short of a bazooka to take out the enemies.
Gun and pistol and shotgun got me covered.
Yeah,
all right.
I agree.
Okay. So it'll take you guys a couple of days to drive up, because it is 500 miles between Austin and Vega, Texas, up in Oldham County. So you've got a good drive ahead of you. In the meantime, then, we will kind of move our scene up to Vega County, where we have Doc Travis, who is currently working at excuse me, at Al Jackson's kind of shop. Doc, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I'm called Doc Johnson, though Doc Travis, though I'm not a doctor. I'm just good at fixing things. I'm a drifter. I stay in a place for a while and then I move on. Some people say I have a problem with authority. Currently, I'm not riding the rails because I've got a problem with the authority. But other than that, I just make myself useful. I've been in Vega for about 10 days now. And I'm not ready to move on yet, but time's coming. Times are hard.
So you've been here for a few days, and basically Al's kind of the owner of the mechanic shop there in town, fixes cars, fixes farm equipment, whatever kind of comes in that's got an engine. He works at it. He's kind of been helping you out for the last couple of days, give you a place to stay and some food and whatnot. And Al's kind of an older gentleman, probably in his mid-70s or so, kind of lived a bit of a hard life, and but you kind of been helping him out last couple of days. And Al kind of comes up to you, say, "Hey, Doc, you've been doing a good job around here. I want to make sure you understand that and know that. But
that's mighty kind of you.
Yeah, well, you know what the good book says, we're supposed to help people out as much as we can. But things have been pretty slow around here, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to keep you employed around here any longer."
I understand.
Yeah.
Look,
now, I'll tell you what, though.
Go ahead. I'm used to moving around, so I'm not that put out by it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad of that. I'll tell you what, though. You finish working up here today, and I'll give you $1.50 for the work for today. But I hear there's, I'm told, George Gutierrez. He's one of the cattlemen around here. He's out west. He's looking for some hands. I don't know if you've ever worked with any cattle, but if you want to go see George, he's over at Ma's Cafe. Tell her she can make up a couple eggs for you if you want. Just let her know, and she could put it on my tab, and maybe he's got something he can work for you.
That's very kind of you. It's been quite a pleasure working for you.
Thank you, Doc, and hopefully things get better. Maybe I can give you a little bit more work next time you're through the area.
So I'll finish up what I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah, and you make your way over then to, after you kind of finish up the work that you're doing, kind of setting some moving some things around. You head over to Ma's Cafe. Ma's Cafe is kind of the center of town, kind of where if anyone's going to kind of hang out and shoot the breeze, that's kind of where it's at. There's always coffee for a penny that's available to whoever kind of comes in. So you get into Ma's, and it's full. You've got about 15 or 20 people that are in there. You see a fellow that seems to be quite well dressed. Nice jacket. Mm-hmm. Tie, everything, just kind of sitting at a booth, kind of sipping some coffee. And he's actually got a nice spread of steak and eggs that he's kind of eating while he's there.
Pardon me, might you be Mr. Gutierrez?
Well, yes, I am. And who might you be, sir?
Name is John Travis. I have recently been working for Mr. Al Jackson over at the repair shop. But we're running out of work, so he suggested I come over and talk to you. You looking for some hands on your farm, your ranch?
Yeah, actually, I am looking for some hands. You done much work with cattle?
I've done some, sure. I've gotten quite around.
Okay. Well, yeah, we got a herd that we're about to bring here into town. I'm just making some arrangements to sell them here and get them on the train so they can head to Kansas City. So we could use a few extra hands to help move the cattle out from Milston out to here. So if you can make your way out to Milston, I'll be more than happy to give you a job. Just look me up at the Cattlemen's Association. As soon as you get out there, just come on over there, and we'll get you hooked up.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I'll see you there then, son.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So how far is that?
Milston's a couple hours away by car out west.
Okay.
So yeah.
I will have to see if I can find somebody who's heading in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But for now, is it the end of the workday, or?
It was the middle of the day, maybe about 10 o'clock in the morning, when Al kind of suggested that you go see Mr. Gutierrez.
Okay. So I will go across the rest or the saloon and tell Ma, what Al told me, if I could get a couple of eggs, some breakfast.
Okay. Yeah. She fries you up a couple eggs, and she also brings out a piece of apple pie and say, "That's on me, son."
That's really nice of you, ma'am. Mighty appreciate.
All right. Back to our Rangers. You guys have made it up to Vega. And you get into the town. It's not a big city. We're talking maybe 1,200 people living in the county seat. When you're about a mile or so away, you can kind of see the clock tower of the county courthouse, because this part of Texas, if you haven't been there, is just flat, and you can see for miles and miles and miles and miles. So you kind of get into town, and you see the courthouse. You know that's where the sheriff's office is going to be, is probably down in the basement of the courthouse.
All right. So when we were coming here, I would have checked, how close are we to like Route 66, like where most of the migrants were moving through during the Dust Bowl and all.
Actually, that is basically Route 66 is just it actually goes through Vega. It goes Amarillo to Vega and then goes out to New Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah, there's probably a bunch of Okies leaving their car behind. Now, what that crap is in their trunk, who knows? But I heard them dust storms up there. They probably strip a car of their paint and weather them pretty damn quick. That's what I'm thinking is going on.
Yeah, and maybe they thought somebody wanted some of their dust when they got to California.
Yeah,
so they filled up their trunk with some Okie dust.
Bring a little home with you. Yeah, we'll see what the sheriff has to say. So,
okay. So you guys make it to the sheriff's office, and there is a deputy that is at the desk when you guys come in. He kind of looks you up and down, and you boys are wearing those fancy duds from Austin, so he just kind of stares at you a little bit. And what do you boys want?
Looking for the sheriff. Sheriff Parker.
Sheriff Parker? Well, who are you that wants to see Sheriff Parker?
I'm Captain Marshall with the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, Lieutenant Carter saying.
Oh, you folks are from the Rangers, are you? Yeah. Sure. Yeah. The sheriff was expecting you. Yeah. Let me go see if he's in. And he kind of runs off down to the down behind the counter a little bit down the hallway. You actually hear kind of quickly moving footsteps. And then maybe a minute or two comes back. He comes back and says, "Oh, yeah. Sheriff's happy to see you. If you want, it's just right down the corridor. It's the first door on your right. You can't miss it. Glass window. Got his name written on it. Sheriff Parker."
Thank you, Deputy. Yep.
All right. And if the boys down in Austin need any extra work down there, need any extra recruits?
Well, it never hurts to put in. Most people have to apply 3 or 4 times before they get accepted. So, a little persistence is kind of what we're looking for. So, I'd put in and keep putting in.
Oh, all right. I'll remember. Thank you kindly.
Mm-hmm.
You head down to where the sheriff's office is. You knock on the door, and you hear kind of a gruff voice from inside. "Oh, yeah, it's open. You boys can come on in." And as you open the door, there is this rather rotund individual sitting behind a big, massive desk. Think Boss Hogg type of features, type of thing. He doesn't really get up to welcome you when you come in, but he says, "Oh, yeah, you boys from Austin, why don't you come in and sit down here? There's some coffee right by the door if you want any."
Thank you, Sheriff.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, what is it I can do for you boys from the Rangers?
Well, we were sent up here. Something about some abandoned cars in the county, and the governor's getting a little worried about what's going on. Yeah. And
Yeah, we've got one of them came up here. Yeah, I saw the bulletin came out from Austin. We got those from the Telegraph, and said you were looking for some suspicious cars, and we found one just north of here. Our deputy Harris brought it in, and yeah, a bit peculiar. So that's why we radioed it, telegraphed it in. If I can answer any questions, help you boys out. Love to be of service for the Great Texas Rangers.
yeah, well, I appreciate that. So you didn't know anything about these suspicious abandoned cars, so you saw the bulletin go out about it then?
Yeah, just the bulletin.
Hmm.
Strangest thing I ever seen. I mean, granted, it was an old Model T, so you don't expect those to, last too long. But way that paint curled off the top of it, I found it a bit surprising. But then he had that strange looking dust in the back. But
Yeah. Our chief said you had some notion or other that might inform. There have been a number of vehicles found in that condition, and the chief said that you had an idea about that.
well, yeah, and we found he kind of opens up his desk drawer and he pulls out a black matchbook and he just kind of tosses it to the lieutenant. So you kind of catch it. It's just what you would expect, a typical matchbook. It's got originally had 12 matches in it. One of them has been used. On one side of it, it says Milston Hotel, Milston, Texas, is what's branded on it in kind of a gold emboss. Says, yeah, we found that on the floorboard, kind of behind the passenger or underneath the passenger seat. That's Milston's not too far from here. It's about 2 hours to the west of here. Car itself was found to the north of us.
Hmm. Do you know which way? Was it pointed like it's going east or pointed like it's going west?
Well, if from what I understand from Deputy Harris, it looked as if the car had been pointed in a northerly direction. There was the farmer was coming into town, and he just saw it on the side of the road, just kind of pulled off to the side, and he thought it was right peculiar, as in he'd only been through there about 5 hours previously, and there hadn't been a car there before he came. And considering the state of it, he just found that a bit, how shall we say, a bit odd. And so he let us know, and I just dispatched Deputy Harris to go pull it in. And we got the car. It's over at Al's mechanic shop. If you want to take a look at it, it's over there.
Okay, yeah, Al's, yeah, we'll be doing that. Thank you. That is odd.
It's awful dusty country in general. Did Deputy Harris notice any departing footsteps from the vehicle?
Well, to be quite frank with you there, Mr. Carter, when we got there, at least when the deputy got out there, the farmer had already kind of been trampling around a little bit. So it wasn't a whole lot that could be told from the crime scene itself. But what he could tell was that he thinks someone dragged it up there. And once you see the state of it, you'll kind of understand why it might have been dragged there. And just probably someone came from the south and kind of just unhooked it on the side of the road and continued on their way.
What condition are the vehicle's tires in?
Well, they're pretty rotten out.
So you and Harris, as best you can tell, think that it couldn't have moved there on its own. That's why you figure it was hitched up.
Yeah. It just considering the state of that vehicle, I can't imagine it ever running. I don't even know if Al's going to get it for parts call after you boys are done with it. I'm not even sure if he can get it working, that engine working again.
Peculiar, all right, Sheriff. Doesn't seem like part of the general migration west. If they're on this side trip towing a junk vehicle about, that's strange. Well, I guess we'll be off to Al's, and then, we'll speak to you again before we head out to Milston, I guess.
All right. Yeah, he gives you direction to Al's place.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right. Oh, if you boys need anything, there's also Ma's Cafe. She makes the best meatloaf. I'm going to be there for lunch if you guys are over there when I head over there. Need me for anything.
Oh,
Is
well,
that right?
yeah, lunch is always good.
Do you know the hotel in question?
Milston, I can't say that I have. To be quite frank, sir, I had always thought that place had closed down. Uh, Milston itself is not much of a town of anything. The railroad kind of bypassed it about 50 years ago, and there hasn't been really a highway that's gone through there either. So, as far as I know, it's kind of a town on its last legs.
Curious place to pick up matches in your Model T then. Well, sure, maybe we'll see you at Ma's, if not elsewhere before we leave.
All right. Like I said, she makes a great meatloaf.
All right. Yeah.
So you guys head over to Al's. And when you get over there, you see Al, who's, as I kind of described a little earlier, kind of an older gentleman, and he's kind of working on a tractor engine, and he's using a little percussive persuasion on it to get the thing going. So he doesn't really kind of hear you as you guys walk in, as he's kind of banging on some metal. But as soon as he stops and you guys go, well, howdy, gentlemen. What can I do you for?
You Al?
I'm Al, owner of this establishment. Do you need some repair on your car?
No, we don't. I'm Captain Marshall with the Texas Rangers, and this is my associate, Lieutenant Carter. And we
Nice to meet you,
understood
boys.
that. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. We understood that the deputy brought a Model T here that was abandoned on the side of the road.
Yeah. The sheriff was saying some people might come around and take a look at it. Yeah, it's right out back. It's you can't really miss it out there. I've got a man back there who's doing some work. If you need any help with that, he can kind of assist you in any way.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Okay. So you guys head around back, and it's basically kind of a little bit of a junkyard that's back here. You've got a couple of old cars that are there and a couple of old engines and things like that. These obviously using as kind of service parts. And Doc's back there as well, kind of moving some things around, kind of on his last day of work here with Al before he heads off to other pastures. But yeah, and you see, though, as you kind of go back there, kind of in the center, kind of separated off from everything else, is this old Model T. It's kind of best you can tell, probably sometime in the mid-teens is when this one was made. But it looks like it is in some really rough shape. Just from visual inspection, like I said, the paint is really kind of peeling off of it. You look at the tires, the wooden spokes on it, they're already cracked and kind of look like kind of dry rot's kind of setting in. Same with the wheels and the tires on it. You see massive kind of rust spots that are all over the vehicle as well.
Yeah.
Howdy, gentlemen. Is there something I can help you with? Al's inside.
Oh, no, we already spoke with Al. He sent us around here. You his assistant?
Well, temporary, yeah. It's my last day.
Oh, well.
Name is Doc Travis. I'm not a doctor. Call me Doc because I fix everything.
Oh, okay. You gonna be able to fix that Model T over there?
Yeah, I don't think so. This has got some, Jesus Christ, I'd say it's probably 1910. It's an old car.
Yeah.
At least it seems like an old car.
Yeah, it looks pretty old. And you looked at the engine?
Yep. Here, you can take a look. It's what is it, in a newer condition or is it bad?
Just from an exterior look of it, it looks bad. It looks like the motor's seized up. But if you want to really take a look at it, give me a mechanical repair.
I got an 18, which is it mechanical? 18 is a hard.
Okay. This does not look like an engine that's salvageable. Everything's kind of seized up. There's kind of rust everywhere. The gaskets themselves are all dried up. One of the peculiar things, though, that you find with it that's a little bit odd as well is that the oil in the engine has actually crystallized.
Yeah, it's in really bad. It must have been sitting for years and years and years.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think it's moved much, and I had to drag it over here, didn't they?
Yeah.
Now, why do you figure somebody hitch a wreck like this up to some other truck and drag it around with them?
Oh, is that what you think? I'd assume
Okay.
that maybe 30 odd years ago somebody was driving on the road and it died and they parked it and they had somewhere to go, so they went and left the truck there. Nobody came to pick it up, no repair shop around. That
Usually
seems most
people
likely to me.
they leave an old junker around somewhere and it gets bird nests in it and weeds grow up through it and you just let it fall apart where it sits. But this we know was found just off the road, not too far from here.
Really?
Very peculiar.
Yeah.
Were there any weeds or anything like that? Any bird poop all over it? No, sir,
No.
that is rather unusual, isn't it?
How's the seats? Like I assume like a leather seat. Is it like splitting
Cracked and splitting.
It's pretty much looks like dry rot's kind of set in and all the fabrics in here and everywhere. But go ahead and give me a spot hidden.
Okay. Oh, and of course I dropped my dice. Seems to pick it up. 62. That is a fail.
You can always push your spin luck.
No, just kind of, looking at it, I can't come up with a reason why I would push that. Just kind of, yeah.
But they're old, obviously.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely old. Huh.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, as you kind of touch the fabric, it just kind of is so brittle, it just kind of breaks off in your hands as you're running your hand on it.
Okay.
Same time, my grandparents' farm, Texas weather, we've got 19th century tack around. We've got old wagons, and the wood isn't as bad off as this wood is. And they're 50, 60 years old. They're, so there, I think on the Model T, the trunk is like almost a glove compartment size thing, right?
Yeah.
Just a little above the bumper.
Right.
With that handle on it. And I'm curious about the dust they carry with them.
I heard some people saying that they were engineering these cars now with planned obsolescence. They'll only last 30 or 40 years before you have to buy another one.
Who'd put up with that?
Okay. So, Lieutenant, you open up the trunk, and there is a fine layer of dust that's sitting in there. That's maybe about 2 inches thick. Kind of completely fills the area.
This gets into everything.
But color?
It's kind of a gray color, kind of a gray and brown kind of mixed together.
When I opened the trunk, did it sort of sift down from the lid of it, or did it seem like it was already settled in there?
It was already pretty settled in there, yeah.
And if I run a finger through it and sort of rub my fingers together, is talc?
It is. It is kind of like silky smooth type of thing. And just kind of, but yeah.
Smells like anything?
It's got a little bit of a kind of a musty kind of ammonia smell to it.
When you opened the trunk, did it did you get any like little bit of a cloud or anything? Like when you open up something that's dusty, sometimes
No, it actually it seemed to be heavy enough that it really didn't stir up any when you opened up the trunk.
Yeah, it's not no moisture holding it together. It's
Right.
bone
Just
dry.
settled for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
But there's none of that under the seats or,
Nope.
where the brake and
No,
drive
it's
pedal are.
only in the trunk.
Well, looks like we're going to Milston.
Oh,
Yeah.
what? You're going to Milston.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Well, I hate to ask or impose, but if you give me a ride out there as well, that's where I was heading next. I was going to have to find somebody who's heading out in that direction.
I mean, yeah, we got an extra seat. Just got one thing to ask of you.
Yeah, if anything, yeah.
Yeah. Please refrain from taking the Lord's name in vain again. I don't like it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That was quite rude of me.
That's okay. That's okay. But he died for us. So.
And if you have any breakdowns on the way out there, I can fix your car.
Mm-hmm.
What's taking you out Milston way? I hear it's mostly dried up.
Is there a rancher? George Gutierrez, who's got a ranch out that direction. I was thinking about getting a job on his ranch. I drift around. I don't like to hang in one place too long.
So you're going from job to job. Nothing wrong with that.
No, could see the world. Although, quite honestly, it's rather dusty out this direction.
Well, Price, he spent some time out in the desert and it worked out. So
anyway, keep moving. It's hard for trouble to catch up with you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take a snuff box and just get some of the dust from the trunk out of it, because that seems like the only thing about it that is movable. And of course, the glove compartment was empty, right? There weren't any papers.
Right, nothing in the glove box.
Plate's gone.
Yeah, nothing in the glove box. Okay.
Now, I don't know if there was back then I'm thinking like a VIN or some identification on a car back then that you could.
Not VIN numbers. I'm trying to think. I don't believe there were serial numbers either on Model Ts.
Okay. All right. Cool.
It's 1935. There, you said the license plates were gone. Yeah. There would have been license plates.
Okay.
Well, say, Lieutenant Carter, when you go to get a little snuff box full of the dust, when you do, you notice you actually see a little change in color. There seems to be something that's yellow. That's a little bit farther into the dust where you kind of pulled some of it from.
Oh, all right. Doc, hand me a screwdriver, if you would. And I'm just gonna slide that in. It's about 2 inches deep, you said.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sort of dig a groove from the back to the front and get a look at the plane of the whole thing.
Okay. Oh, when you do, you find what appears to be a little bit of a scrap of paper that is extremely brittle. It's like it's about to fall apart as soon as you even touch it.
Some sort of looks like a bit of a contract. Is hereby Texas under 44th, signed somebody, last name ends with L or Bell.
Bell,
Lowell.
And
you can give me a law roll.
Yeah, 51's a bit.
I got a regular on my law.
Okay. By looking at it, you've got a pretty good idea that this is the remnants of a driver's license.
Texas driver's license.
Texas driver's license, yep.
Now there goes my Okie theory there, Carter.
I'm sure Al has some soft bristle paintbrushes. I'm going to borrow one and start dusting this out and see if there's another bit of something relevant in here.
Why would it be in the trunk?
Yeah, someone could have just thrown it in there. It was in their clothes when they threw it into the trunk. But how about this? When did states start issuing driver's license? Because if this car looks like it's been abandoned for 30 years, I mean, were they giving out driver's licenses in 1905?
Texas has been giving out driver's license for a couple of years now at this point. However, they're not mandatory. They don't become mandatory actually until January of 1936.
So, but like, if we think this car seems like it's been abandoned 30 years, it wouldn't make sense that there'd be a license because the license wouldn't be 30 years old because they didn't exist. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, and that was so broken down it almost turned to powder before we could look at it.
Yeah, but my theory that the car broke down and the guy walked away, he had taken his stuff with him, including his license.
Unless he was thinking about coming back and then something happened.
He's still his identification.
Oh, but Doc, you saw the oil. This car didn't break down. This car was sitting stationary for as long as I've been alive.
Well, I meant breakdown 30 years ago. It's weird. It doesn't all add up. Doesn't all add up.
No, not a bit. Unless, but yeah, it doesn't. It kind of seems like this was left over after a fire, except it isn't charred at all. It's just all dried up and ruined.
Paint's all crinkled up from the sun.
So if I start excavating the trunk with a paintbrush, do I find nuts, bolts, buttons, cufflinks?
You find a molar.
You know, when we were in Austin, and I asked if they'd found anything in the silt, I was thinking about remains. What condition is the molar in?
Pearly white.
Oh. The only damn thing.
I mean, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, like they couldn't have done it in the car. The car would have been shown signs of that type of fire.
Yeah, I tell you, Captain, I'm wondering if some criminal enterprise hasn't figured out a way to, you know how they in the pulp magazines they dump a body in acid or bury it in lye or some such, so it's hard to identify. It seems almost like, and it's a reason to cart these wagons out to the middle of nowhere and leave them if you're trying to hide evidence. Bootleggers? I'll be. Well, yeah, let's get a little envelope, put the tooth in, and I'll go through the rest of it. I assume that all I get is dust.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's a pity we don't have more of the fellow's name, because probably only a few thousand licenses issued at this point.
Well, they're not even, they're not currently required. They're talking about it in legislature, but if this is a license, it can't be that old either.
Oh.
Well, same thing happened to the feller, happened to the license. All but one tooth. Guess he didn't have any gold fillings.
So, the matchbook we got, it wasn't looking this aged and decrepit.
No, you could pick a match out.
Yeah.
So it seems like whatever was dragging this vehicle out to deposit it in the middle of nowhere, they stopped Milston.
Yeah.
They lit up a stogie. They dropped the matchbook by accident in the body disposal wreck. It's an awfully complicated picture.
I mean, are you sure that's a license?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that.
It's a mystery.
Yeah, that's why they send us out here. Well, Well,
Captain, let's say
what was that, LT?
I was thinking we could go back to the sheriff and tell him that we have cause to investigate further. Go out to the Milston Hotel, and if Doc wants to go and warm a seat for us up at Ma's, I wouldn't mind trying the meatloaf before we hit the road.
I just ate there, but I can go tell him you're coming.
We appreciate that there, Doc.
All right, I will do that.
So,
I have to finish moving some stuff around, but yeah. That's mighty strange situation you got there.
Yeah. You run into weird things sometimes in our job. This one's a strange one.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are going to let the sheriff know that you guys are heading out to Milston to follow up on that. Then you're going to go have some really nice meatloaf at Ma's. Very well done, nice and juicy. Anything else you guys want to do before you head out of town?
Captain, are we mentioning the molar to the sheriff, or are we going to keep that part of the investigation until we know more?
Yeah, no need to mention that to it. He didn't seem to be too invested in it.
Yeah. I'm gonna give Deputy Harris a little nod of acknowledgement, which maybe will help him be more polite to strangers in the future.
Yeah.
Nope. And then we'll go back to the diner, eat our meatloaf, and get on the road.
Well, when we're there eating, I'll say, what if, the weather conditions were such that abandoned car out there in the middle of nowhere just sort of got cooked. And that's why the paper is in such bad condition. It's dry, it's hot in the trunk, hotter in the trunk than it would be in the car. If the matches were if the matches were just on the floor, they'd be in the shade. The trunk is in the shade too, but it's also blistered. It's an oven.
Yeah, I was thinking not so different, Doc. I wondered, you can cure meat, right, by smoking it. You can dry apples up if you don't get them too hot to cook. Seems like the vehicle's got some sort of dry cooking, and that finished off the soft tissue that was stuffed in the trunk. But I think we're talking about people trying to hide murdered people.
Oh wow! I didn't even think of that.
Sorry, Doc, and of course, keep your trap shut, but not to us, just in general. But the chief said, didn't he say there were 15 cars that were like this?
About that, yeah, 15.
That's if the dust in the others is like this, that's a serious criminal enterprise.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, I say we, but. Are there any of these other cars or examples of this that we can see in Milford or around?
They're pretty spread out, but maybe, Captain, we should send a telegraph back to Austin Way and say that all of the dust should be combed through for bits.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Some other agencies looking at that. We don't need to be going to every car checking that out.
No, they're probably all impounded in different places, but some of them might already been scrapped and whatever's in the back lost. If we're lucky, it's only one set of remains
Hmm.
because he's missing 31 teeth.
Yeah, just spread
Maybe
out.
they're spread out. Now, how do you figure if you slow roast a whole fella and then ground him up good, how much dust would that make? A bushel? A half bushel?
Well,
Well, I
no
mean,
more than the person himself.
like I remember my my father, he said that like he had an uncle that didn't get buried. They burned him and they put him in this jar.
Yep.
That jar wasn't as big as that trunk.
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen animals that were caught in forest fires, and there's bones and things like that. There you got a tooth. Where are all the other
Yeah.
bones? Where are all the other teeth?
Hmm. Of course, if you were burning someone up, you saw bones left, you wouldn't put it in the trunk if you're trying to cover it up.
Why would you put the ashes in the trunk when you could just throw them on the dirt?
It's a big state. You scatter one person's remains just out the window instead of dragging a
Yeah.
noisy, rusty, visible old car. I'm surprised there's anything left of the tires just from when Harris brought it back, condition they were in.
Yeah.
Doc, how long does it take for oil to turn into rocks again?
I've never seen that happen in my entire life. It's
Hmm.
almost like you'd have to add something like, well, dust or dirt to the oil to get it to solidify like that. After all, it's been in the ground for 20 billion years and it's still liquid.
Yeah. Hmm.
So, Captain, when
Yeah.
you say you've seen strange things on the job, this isn't normal, right? This is
Well, I
more
mean
strange.
the criminal mind, they're going to come up with lots of strange plans to try and get away with it. And what seems strange when you first encounter it, once you kind of solve it, you know, it makes sense on the other end. We're missing pieces, and so that's why it seems like something strange has happened. But I almost guarantee once we figure it out, there's going to be a logical explanation and all. But yeah, when you first get started, yeah, it seems really strange. I mean, I remember, there was a rumor there's ghosts moving around and all, and just some kid that was out sleepwalking, but he was able to kind of just flit about, and people would just catch glimpses of him. And they believed it. Mind will trick you.
Now, it does seem to me, though, that they wouldn't pull out a couple of Texas Rangers out here unless they had a good reason to, not just some abandoned car.
No, I mean,
You say there's,
we went to look at that trunk for a reason.
well, and you guys keep talking about criminal activity. And off the top of it, doesn't look like there's any criminal activity, but you're talking about murders or like that. I'm really interested in what you're talking about, and maybe three brains working on the same problem is better than just two. If you know something and you'd like to fill me in, I mean, I don't want to bust, poke my nose in, but I'm I'm probably the safest person you could talk to because I'm nobody.
Hmm. Well, Doc, I mean, I wish I had more to tell you, but to be honest with you, you've heard it all. There's some mini cars around the state. They all seem to be in the exact same state of disrepair with that dust in the back of it. Now,
Well, maybe we'll find out more in Milford then.
Milston.
Milston.
Hmm. Yeah. And hopefully you can find a job too. So be productive for us both, all three of us.
Well, I'm pretty good as I am for right now for a while, a couple of weeks. I get a job, but I mean, I'm drifter because I'm interested in the world. I've never been with a couple of state troopers looking at strange dust in the trunks of abandoned cars.
But I'll tell you what, Doc, we've been on the road for a couple of days taking turns driving. You're a mechanical sort. If you want to drive toward Milston, take the first shift, you're welcome to it.
As you wish, not a problem. I can even keep that car going at about what, full speed, 35 miles an hour.
You just be careful going that quick. Don't want to hit anything.
I think 1935 would probably go at 60.
Yeah.
Well, however, though, you're going to be on some backwoods,
yeah,
white rock roads.
Yeah.
Well, not woods, but you're going to be on some back roads with the white rock, so you don't want to go too fast. Because as the sheriff said, this town's been bypassed by both the highways and the railroad.
there's probably ruts too. But
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'll finish off my sweet tea, and then soon we'll be ready to go.
Okay. And you'll send off that telegram you wanted down to Austin, letting them know to take a look at the rest of them. Might take a little while before you get a response back, but you sent it off without any problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have we determined, Captain, what is there local authority in Milston? Or is
Is it part of
Probably-
the same county?
It's part of Oldham County. Yeah.
It's part of
So,
Milton County. So
Vega
yeah.
is probably the only authority they have in Milston, too.
Yeah, probably too small to have even a police force. They're just going to rely on the county and state.
But as Texas Rangers, you have authority throughout the whole state.
No, but there's nobody we need to check in with or a place for them to send a telegraph to in Milston except the hotel. Because we'd like, we can't pick up a telegram at the railroad because there ain't one. So hopefully there'll be a receiver at somewhere in town, general store maybe. We'll figure out when we get there, I guess.
All right. So you guys make the trip out to Milston. It's quite a ride as you kind of head out there. This part of Texas, just it is mostly kind of cattle ranches out here. Though there are some farms with grow corn and wheat, but mainly that's for animal feed rather than for human consumption. One of the things as you're kind of driving out through this area, you guys are heading west in order to get out to Milston. You do see some of these farms with some of the crops that are growing out there, and they look pretty sickly. There's not been a lot of rain, and there has been the dust storms, smaller dust storms has come through. The great one that's going to historically will happen a little bit later hasn't come through at this point, but it doesn't look like the crops are doing that great. They're kind of up, but it's been hot. It's been not a lot of rain, and so they just don't look all that great. But you guys are kind of driving westward, heading out to Milston as you kind of make your way there. When you're about half a mile or so from Milston, one thing you start to notice is the area around here looks a lot greener. Corn looks a little bit taller. Wheat looks a little bit taller. Things look to be a lot healthier, kind of what you would expect kind of early spring crops to kind of be looking like. Not a bad looking place. It doesn't look like the desolate thing that the sheriff had kind of made it out to be as a village on its last leg. This one seems to be okay as you're kind of moving into the area. So you guys are coming in from the west. So that's kind of down at the southern part there, that kind of gray street that kind of comes in. As you come into town, you will see a bank and trust that looks to be fairly new in terms of construction there. You drive past then on your right, you'll see a couple of churches about a block off the main road. You'll see the number 4 there is St. Mark's Methodist Church. Number 3 is the First Baptist Church. However, one thing you notice about the First Baptist Church as you come in is that it is boarded up. The windows, the doors are all boarded up on it. On the left, you see a kind of a one-room schoolhouse. You see then, as well as you move past that to number 7, there's the post office. It too is boarded up. And then you get then to number 6, which of course is Milston. And across from Milston, over in the distance, you can't quite tell what it is, but you see that there are a couple of buildings up to the north on the other side of the Milston Hotel. So that's kind of what you guys see as you are entering into the town. And I will throw that in the chat.
Okay. I'm disappointed the post office is boarded up. That seems like it might limit communication a bit. It's like pine planks nailed over the windows.
Yep.
Are they weathered?
Yeah, they look like they've been there for a few years.
Maybe they just, the postal man just comes in and stops at the hotel and leaves everything there. You just can't afford to have postal workers.
Isn't that a federal decision, Captain?
We're a long way from the law.
Yeah.
Besides, what happens if the postman dies and nobody's got a post office?
Well, that's the thing. A general store, somebody dies and somebody inherits or they don't. But the post office, it's maintained by the federal government. It's part of the whole project of claiming the West, is making sure that there's a place you can send goods and
maybe
send
it'll
money
take
back
them a
and forth.
month to get a replacement out here. I don't know.
And Baptist Church all boarded up. That'd been the last one I would have thought would have lost parishioners. But
Now that one, I think,
yeah, was it?
like a church is easy to explain because if one preacher up and offs,
Yeah.
it's not the same organizational structure.
Yeah, we got a lot of churches though in this town, don't we?
Oh yeah.
It's rural Texas. Rain. That's not too uncommon.
Yeah. It must have rained. I mean, they're green out here and stuff. How long you been in that other town there, Doc?
Vega. How long were you in Vega?
Just 10 days.
10 days.
So you wouldn't see enough weather to matter. We haven't changed elevation at all, though, right? It's all still Panhandle flat.
Well, the dust. I think the dust would kill everything.
No. Well, it looks like the crops are doing pretty good.
Maybe there's a old cistern somewhere and they've got good wells. Maybe. But yeah, it was awful yellow on the way here, and now it's pretty green. None of those buildings was there was no town hall, sheriff, nothing like that. It's just a pocket community.
Yeah.
There was no authorities for us to say howdy to as such. Nope. Doc, you were looking to get with a rancher. Do you want to stop at the cattleman's place?
No, I think I'll wait because if I go there, he's going to want to hire me and put me immediately to work. And I'm kind of curious about your investigation, if you don't mind. Have an extra hand.
No, I mean you good driver out here and stuff. Having someone around to bounce a couple ideas off, it don't bother me.
I imagine too, Mr. Gutierrez is still in Vega.
No, sure, we made a pretty good time. He ain't caught up.
Yeah.
Well, let's hit that hotel. See if they still got them matchbooks.
Okay. You pull up to the Milston Hotel. It looks to be kind of an old stately home that's probably been changed into a hotel. It's got the white picket fence out front, couple story home that's there with a kind of well manicured lawn as you kind of walk up this kind of brick pathway up to the front of the house, which has a nice porch that goes kind of circles around the whole place. It's got some rocking chairs out front. You go in and you kind of see a gentleman kind of in his mid-40s or so who's present there. He sees you come in as the bell kind of rings. Oh, Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to Milston, the Milston Hotel. Can I get you a room for the evening?
Not yet. We're not sure we'll be spending the night here. How many rooms you got available? So,
Oh, we got about 5 rooms upstairs. Get all set up. It's only 75 cents a night, and it
okay.
comes with dinner.
Oh, room and board. Nice.
Yeah, the missus will make some cook you up something good.
Sir, you said you were setting up rooms. Was this establishment new?
Oh yeah,
Or
we
did you
we
take
just
over?
we've been here. No, my family's been here in Milston for probably about 100 years or so. Some of the original settlers out in this area. But no, we don't get a lot of people coming through here, so we just have to clean up the rooms just a little bit to get them ready. But you give us about an hour, and we'll have a room ready for you.
Hmm.
Makes sense. Now, is the town named for a fella, or is it named for a mill that used to grind grain here?
Oh, actually, that would be my great grandpappy, Henry Mills. I'm Clarence Mills, by the way. This is his home that he built when he first started out here.
So your great grandfather did very well for himself. This is a fine, stately home
Oh,
for a
well, thank you
quiet
very
part of the
much.
country.
Yeah, just cattle territory. Back in the day, it was a little wilder. Back when there were a lot more cowboys around, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah, you were rangers. Now, if you don't mind, if you'll allow me to introduce myself, I'm Lieutenant Carter with the Texas Rangers, and
Oh,
we're coming through in pursuit of an inquiry that isn't all taken shape yet. But if you have no objection, we think that somebody passed through your establishment recently. And so if you wouldn't mind us looking at your records for the last week or 10 days, we'd appreciate it.
well, I don't know if anyone's passed here through here recently. Um, um, is it okay for you to look at my records?
Oh yeah. 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 I
You know,
mean, we just need your permission. It's you know.
I mean, licensed establishments maintain registration books for a reason. You understand? If you have no personal objection, it certainly isn't against the law. It's we're not asking for anybody's birth certificate or the like. If you do object, we can always head back Vega way for paperwork.
Oh, definitely don't want any paperwork. I got enough of that around here as it is. The missus always wants me to keep everything up to order. Um, well, I guess you could take a look at my ledger, and he will show that to you. So this is the last page. I'm assuming that's where you're wanting to look.
Yeah.
Right. Mitchell's a good name.
Yep. And he took off out of here 15 days ago, or probably more than that because we're in Austin in 20 March,
Yeah, it's the 23rd of March now at this point.
so 18 days ago. When was the
By the
car
way,
found?
Joe,
The car would have been found on the 16th of March.
16th of March. Everyone
Maybe
stays
there's-
in room number 1 there, Clarence?
Well, yeah, it's just it's easier to have that one room set up. You know, it's like I say, we don't get a lot of visitors around here, and so having just the one room kind of ready to go, it's kind of all that we've really needed.
Well, I think I'll be staying in room number 1 also. I mean, it seems to be the one, 75 cents, you said?
Yeah, 75 cents a night.
And dinner.
It comes with dinner. Now, I will say if you are staying, Sometimes the Reverend Wright, he likes to invite strangers to come to dinner. Something in the scripture about having feed the guests and whatnot. If he hears you're here, he and his wife might have you over for dinner.
Oh, got competing dinners, but I mean, you wouldn't be offended if we took the Reverend up on his offer, right?
Well, no, of course not. Of course not the Reverend Wright. No, sir.
Oh, well, yeah. Let me get ready. How many beds are in the room?
In room number one, we've got 2 beds in there, but well, there's 3 of you. Do you want two rooms, or would you want 3 rooms, or 1 room, or?
Doc,
I can find someplace. I can find someplace to sleep outside.
Okay, well, we'll make a decision for you on that, Doc. But yeah, we'll take that room number 1. You said you need about an hour to make it up?
Yeah, just give us about an hour, and the missus will have that place right spick and span for you.
Oh yeah, what's the missus's name? Sorry, I missed it.
Florence.
Florence. Oh, Florence Mill, beautiful name.
I'm Clarence, by the way.
Oh yeah, Clarence and Florence.
So if you gentlemen could please sign the register, I'd appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay.
Clarence, if I may, do you remember Mr. Wells at all? Seems to be the last guest.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell?
Oh, Mr. Mitchell. I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell, let me see. Yeah, I think he was a traveling shoe salesman. That's right. I remember he had a nice case that had 7 different pairs of shoes that you could order, and they came in black and brown. And some of them, I swear, they had designs on them.
Oh, ostentatious. I just need some boots. All I need.
Good pair of boots last you a long time.
I think so. I don't know how successful he is at doing his job, but he's a nice enough fella. As any salesman would, they like to talk to a lot of different people. But very gregarious, I guess, is probably the word for that.
What kind of car are you driving?
A car? Oh, yeah, a car. I don't know. I think it was some sort of coupe. Yeah, that's what it was, a coupe.
Okay, yeah.
Fancy car for a fancy salesman.
Yeah, well, he must be successful then. All right.
It's a good sign. Do you know if he sold anybody in town any shoes?
Oh no, I think he was heading out west. He was just kind of staying in here for a few days, resting up before he got back on the road.
He was going further west, so he'd been to Vega already.
Yeah. So the Reverend Wright, is he which church is he Reverend of? Is it Fifth Street or the Methodist one?
Oh yeah, he's the pastor of Fifth Street. The Methodist church is closed down, so Fifth Street's the only one that's still open.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw the Baptist church all boarded up, but yeah.
Yeah. Strange case. Just all of a sudden, the pastor and his wife decided to just get out of town a few years ago.
Shame.
Didn't tell anybody nothing. Yeah, my wife and I, we used to belong to the Baptist church, but after the Reverend Smith and his wife left, that's when we joined then Reverend Wright's church.
Oh yeah. What caused the Methodist church to close down?
Well, come to think of it, let me think. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. Yeah, he and his wife, her mother was getting sick. They're from out east, and so right before Christmas of this past year, they ended up leaving. Take care of his wife's mother.
That's understandable. You got to
Christian thing to do, I would think.
Indeed. Huh. Well, at least you still got the Reverend Wright here, so people can still get their worship in.
Oh, he preaches the good word to us, that's for sure.
That's what matters.
We're quite thankful for his service.
Do you happen to recall if Mr. Mitchell took an evening meal with the Reverend?
Oh, I'm sure at some point he did. Because like I said, he usually he invites any of the strangers in town to dinner. I mean, I don't pry on people, but there was one evening that he didn't have dinner with us, so I assume he went to the Reverend Wright's. His wife Sarah is a mighty fine cook.
Well, I didn't want to start an indecent competition between the Reverend's missus and yours. But if we're only going to be in town for one night, where are we missing the better meal?
Well, I love my wife Florence, but I tell you, there's a reason why I'm a skinny man.
The Lord blesses each of us in different ways, after all.
Indeed.
We wanted to send a telegram back where we came from. Do you have a device here, or should we go to the post office?
Oh, well, the post office is closed. And tell you the truth, that's where the telegraph was also.
So you're a little bit cut off from the world. What happens if somebody needs to get in touch about some family emergency, a death in the family or something like that?
Oh, well, the fellow from the dry goods store, the Stones, Mr. Stone, he goes to town about once a week to get things. And if there's anything anybody needs or any news, that's usually where we get it from.
He goes back to Vega then?
Yeah.
Did the community kick up a fuss when they shut the post office down?
Well, there wasn't a whole lot we could do about it. There was just what was it in 29, I think it was, and there was that thing, something up in New York happened and caused all sorts of problems for a lot of folks. Something about Wall Street break-in or something like that. And only thing we ever knew about it is we were just told that they weren't going to fund the post office anymore.
Shame.
It's a hard thing.
Yeah.
So until the Reverend offers us his hospitality and before your wife Sarah prepares, is there some place in town where a body can get refreshed, drink a sarsaparilla or a cup of coffee, or?
Well, I can make you up a cup of coffee if you're wanting that, but you can try the dry goods store. They sometimes they might have a couple of bottles of something to drink over there.
Makes sense. Well, sir, assuming we don't hear from the Reverend before supper time, we're gonna, I think, mosey around the town a little bit and see what there is to see. But we appreciate your hospitality. Right, Cap?
All right, thank you. Like I said, your room will be ready in about an hour.
Thank you, Clarence.
What hour is it, Keeper?
It's going to be about 5 by this point, 5 in the afternoon. So you've got a couple more hours before the sun sets.
Got it.
Well, Doc, what do you make of any of that? You've been around.
Well, I went over that ledger pretty well. I didn't really see anyone who would match the piece of yellow paper, the license. There were a few of them that ended sort of with ELL, but nothing that would make that sort of B that looked like it was just before it fell.
I think that it could be an H just as easy.
But it was curved like that.
It was curved high, like the arch on the top of it.
So you're thinking it could have been Mitchell.
Yeah. And then his vehicle doesn't match what I guess can we do a retroactive psychology roll on Clarence?
You want to do a psychology roll? You think back on it, sure.
Oh, why? Yeah, I'm not going to spend 17 to figure that out. But it's convenient that he remembered only very broadly that it was a coupe of some kind, and which is the least Model T-like thing it could be. And he didn't go with a truck, so he couldn't have been hauling the Model T.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't like it.
No.
I wonder if we also should consider at the not very dear expense of 3 bits. 6 bits. Wonder if 6 bits isn't worth getting a different room in case room number 1 is where they have the secret. And I see, I'm embarrassed because I read the pulp magazines.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any reason to distrust these folks. They seem quite fine, have their manners.
They're real shut off from the world. And they don't have anything at all except a hotel that stays open.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many kids attend the school.
Yeah.
By the looks of the houses, this village looks to have about 150 people.
Oh, that's bigger than I thought.
Huh. Let's go over to the general store, see what's going on over there.
Yep. Mr. Jones? No, Stone.
Stone.
Okay.
So pulp fiction you tend to like, huh?
Yeah, exciting stories. Pass the time.
The townsfolk are eating the humans and grinding them up and putting them in their cars and sticking them out in the middle of nowhere.
It's the isolated hotel where everybody stays in the same room. Nobody ever goes upstairs. They all stay in room number 1, and there's it's like that's got a trick bed in it that's got a guillotine, or there's a trap door, and there's some sort of it's silliness. Should we leave the car and just walk to the dry goods store?
Yeah.
Or do we
Just
want to
down the
drive
street.
around and look at people's houses and whatnot? Are people on the sidewalks?
There are a few people walking around. Most people, it seems like they're heading home because it's kind of towards the end of the day for them, their work day. So there's a few people. There's not really sidewalks. People are more walking on the road because as you go around, this doesn't look to be a very car-friendly community. So there's just not a lot of cars. So there's not really need for sidewalks.
Horses?
You see a couple. You see a couple of horses.
Mm-hmm.
Do businesses have places to tie horses up?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like we could walk to town in 20 minutes.
Yeah. We don't want to deal with
Scare the
cars.
chickens.
Yeah. So, let's walk by those churches as we go over there. They're kind of on the way.
We're here to sightsee after all.
That's right.
Right. As you walk by the church, so you're going by the churches up. So you're going up, and then you're going to go over, basically.
Yeah.
So you go by the churches. You see the Baptist church. The Baptist church is boarded up. So on the doors and on the windows, it does look like they've hammered things shut. It is kind of your typical kind of prairie style church, kind of steeple. Looks to, just from the outside, looks like it might hold about 100 folks or so. There is a house next to it. That's probably the old parsonage that's there. And both the Baptist church and the Methodist church are pretty much similar in terms of style, both kind of prairie style and whatnot. But it is the Baptist church that's boarded up, and the Methodist church, though, is not boarded up.
The wood on the Baptist church, does it look like it's kind of getting sun bleached and been nailed up there for about the...
Yeah, it looks like it's been up for a couple of years.
Okay. All right. That jives with what he was saying.
Certainly works out for Reverend Wright, folding the three parishes up into one. It's going to make passing the plate a bit easier.
Indeed. It's interesting that he was able to get a couple denominations to agree on something.
Yeah, I've known Protestants to hate each other more than anybody over doctrine I could never have explained to me.
Well, yeah, that's us as Protestants, but my mom, she always had a special place for, she didn't like Catholics always praying to Mary and all that always bothered her.
Yeah, well, people feel strong about these things, but not so much that when two different churches shut down because of family issues, Reverend Wright don't scoop them all up.
Yeah. We didn't hear what denomination he was, did we?
Did you, though? You kind of, though, feel like maybe, I mean, doesn't the church, no offense to any church, but doesn't the church rely on congregations to make their money? And getting rid of two other churches out of your town would, even if people weren't your particular flavor of Christianity, they'd probably end up coming to your church. So you get there.
Looks like what happened. I just don't know exactly when Jesus visited Fifth Street, begging your pardon.
Well, and it's such an obscure, meaningless name. They're not Unitarians, they're not Trinitarians, they're not, we don't know what they are. They're just the Fifth Street Church. So
maybe they're wanting to be a little more
non-denominational.
Yeah, I mean, I just
Since
can't
they're
imagine
absorbing the other congregations, maybe we should. Well, that's on the way to the Cattlemen's Association, but I guess I wouldn't mind getting some coffee at the dry goods store before we go all the way out to the edge of town.
Yeah, we're almost there anyway.
Yeah, coffee sounds good.
Okay. You guys make your way over to the Stone's dry goods store, and inside there's a husband and wife team that are there. They look to kind of be in their kind of early 50s or so, kind of average height, average weight type of thing. When they come in, they kind of look a little bit surprised to kind of see you folks. Yeah, how can we be of service to you?
Looking to wet a whistle. You got some coffee or sarsaparilla around?
Yeah, we got some bottles of sarsaparilla if you'd like. Yeah, I think Fran, she made a pot of coffee about an hour ago.
Still fresh. Well, I'll go with the coffee.
All right. Pours you up a cup. That'll be 2 cents.
Yeah, I remember when this was only a penny, but I guess times change.
Yeah, we've got to go all the way into Vega to pick stuff up though sometimes. So our prices they're a little bit high. Like that sarsaparilla, unfortunately, it's going to be a nickel for the sarsaparilla.
Well, the meals included with the room, so I can manage that.
You folks are staying at the Milston Hotel.
Indeed.
That's right.
Okay. So you're going to be here for a few days.
Well, overnight at least.
Yeah.
I think we might end up being a little bit back and forth, but we'll see. Don't see a lot of passersby, a lot of strangers, I suppose.
No, not a whole lot comes through. We're a pretty close knit community around here. Uh, we have occasionally someone comes through here, but yeah, they might stay a few days or so, and then they're on their way.
Hmm.
I suppose it makes a little bit of a splash when there are strangers coming by.
Well, yeah, but we don't want to. It's not like they're on parade or anything, so we don't stare at them. It's just it's a little a little different to have someone new. And tell you the truth, we don't get them often coming down the dry goods store because I don't really usually need anything from me. But yeah, you see people come through.
Do you have any recollection of that shoe salesman who was by a few weeks ago?
A shoe salesman. Oh, yeah. Ben, right? Yeah, yeah. He came in here, wondering if I might want to use him as a source for shoes. And I unfortunately had to tell the guy we only carry one type of shoe around here, and then we carry a set of boots, and we don't have much need for a lot of different styles. We're more needing work type of materials around here. Now, I guess a couple of the ladies might be interested in some of his women's shoes, but I just didn't think there was enough to really warrant him doing a lot of business for us.
Mm. Yeah, that's understandable.
How many folks are in Milston these days? About 150, 160?
Oh, about that. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Well, Henrietta, she had a baby boy a couple of months ago, so I think we're up to 152.
Nice. Hmm.
And I know the Mills family has been here since forever. How about the Stones? Are you part of the founding father family?
Oh, let's see. My great grandpappy, he came in here about 75 years ago, I think it was. Actually, he worked for the Stones on their ranch, or excuse me, he worked for the Mills on their ranch. So I guess, yeah, we were here pretty early.
Hmm.
What,
Get a lot of rain. Oh, sorry.
No, you
Keep
go
going
ahead,
there.
Captain.
You get a lot of rain out here?
Oh, I don't know. I guess the rain comes in the seasons when it's necessary. You know, the Great One provides whenever we need some rain around here. But
Amen. Amen.
yeah, yeah, we had a little rain coming through here last week, if I remember correctly.
Well, your crops look phenomenal. I was just wondering if you guys might have had like some fertilizer you using that I got a little plot of land and I wouldn't mind see my crops looking as good as yours are.
No, as the Reverend Wright says, as long as we make the proper sacrifices, the Lord does provide.
Amen. Amen again. Man. Hmm.
So the Mill family's been here generations, and the Stone family's been here for generations. How about the Wrights?
Oh. Well, the Reverend Wright, let's see, he came in, they haven't been around too long. They came in 32. Yeah, J.P. Hammersmith, he owns the bank and trust down the road. Um, from what I understand, he brought them into town.
So it seems, so the Fifth Avenue Church is only a few years old.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Hammersmith built that specifically for the Wrights.
That's mighty enterprising. Hammersmith an old family?
Oh, Hammersmiths have been here, well, not as old as, not around as long as us, but probably a good 50 years or so.
Hmm.
I think they came from out east somewhere, but they've always run the bank and trust around here.
Do they, does that mean the Hammersmiths own most of the farmland, or small holders still in good stead?
Oh, a little bit of both, I suppose. Well, I think it was a few years ago that the Mills fell on some hard times, and so Hammersmith ended up with a lot of the Mills' old farm. But yeah, there's other groups around here that still own a little bit of land.
People come and settle from away much these days, or is it
Oh
historical people?
no, oh we haven't had a family move in, except for the Wrights, of course. Oh, probably. Let's see. Well, every once in a while, the well, no, the preachers, they haven't come back again since then. But the preachers were the most recent ones. The Smiths, who ran the Reverend and Mrs. Smith from the Methodist Church, St. Mark's. They came about 15 years ago, and Reverend Howard and his wife from the First Baptist Church. I guess they came in about 10 years ago. But other than that, most of us have been around here for quite a long time.
Now, if I'm being nosy, and this is a fine sarsaparilla, by the way, where does this ship in from?
Oh, I think we get that from, usually I think we get our suppliers down in Dallas.
Follow this company. Before Reverend Wright and his fine cooking missus came to town, which were you, in the Methodist or the Baptist, or were you a free thinker?
Pretty much everyone here is a God-fearing person. But no, me and my wife, we were a member of the Methodist Church until the pastor left. He and his wife, right before Christmas, it was this past year. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you keep in correspondence with the Smiths then?
Oh, no. From what I understand, they went out west in order to start a new church out there, and so I figured it's best to let them do their church planting.
Right, tend their new flock.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Yeah. So me and the missus, we attend the Fifth Street Church now.
Now, that's a thing we were curious about. I've never heard of that denomination before. I mean, it's on your Fifth Street, I suppose, but is there a reference? What sort of denomination does Reverend Wright come from? Where's his?
Non-denomination. I know that's a little bit peculiar and strange,
Yeah.
but I tell you what, though, his preaching makes sense. Talking about the corruption of man-made churches, and that we need to follow the word in its purest form, and so that makes I think that makes a lot of sense. He's got some good ideas there.
Oh, interesting. Well,
if you want, tomorrow's of course Sunday. If you want to attend services, I'm sure they'd be happy to have you.
9 a.m.
10 a.m. Actually, we like to
10?
sleep in a little bit on Sunday. It's the Lord's rest day.
Yeah, yeah. I understand that. You guys do potlucks afterwards or something that we need to bring some food for?
No. Most people afterwards go home to have Sunday chicken at the home, so there's not a lot afterwards at the church. Though we do have Wednesday night meetings. I don't know if you boys are going to be around for that time, but we do have Wednesday night meetings, and then usually once a month we have some special services. But yeah,
like revivals.
Yeah, that's kind of like a revival.
Liking what I'm hearing.
So once a month there's a proper sacrifice to the Great One. So when's the next one? I mean, we're probably going to be gone in a day or two. We're just following It's the silliest thing. You know how folks are trying to travel west to get away from failing crops and uh, uh, financial collapses and all that. So
Yep.
people are abandoning vehicles. They're abandoning, sick old horses, and the thing they can't carry eventually is they try to make it to California as if it's going to be the promised land.
Hmm.
So we've been looking at people migrating, leaving things behind. So we've got a passel of places to look at, but one of them came through town. There's a fella driving a Model T. Do you see a Model T cranking its merry
Model
old way
T.
through town?
Well, yeah. Ben drove a Model T, if I remember correctly.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
Saving
nice
expenses.
black one.
They're all black, if I remember. They go.
That was the full color range that Henry offered. You can have
Right.
one in black or in black, your choice.
What was Ben's last name?
Oh, Mitchell, if I remember. Yeah, Ben Mitchell.
Fellow like that, putting in a lot of hours on the road, needs to drive something affordable and sturdy, not some fancy coupe. What I figure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice fellow too. Nice fellow too. Think he headed north after he left here.
Oh,
Gonna head out to. I think he said something about Kansas City. I was gonna go try his luck up there.
huh. Kansas City. Yeah. Well, they got a lot of cattle yards up there. Maybe, but got some money up there too. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mr.
thank
Stone, yeah, you've been very hospitable. I thank you for your conversation. I'm sure I'll be seeing you again.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. And if you need anything while you're here, blankets, kerosene lamps, just give me a holler. I'm happy to sell you anything you need.
Do you live upstairs or the lake?
What's that?
Do you live upstairs or the lake?
Yeah, we've got
Or
my wife
behind
and
the
I,
shop?
we've got a place up there.
Yeah, so it's easy to get a hold of you. And I'll leave the bottle here. You can return that, right?
Oh yeah, for every two we get a penny.
Good.
Nice. It's a good trade-off.
All right. Well, you fellows have a good day, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow at church.
Very well could.
I'll be there.
The way of relief.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, something I've kind of noticed. We hear a lot of talk about church, but we don't hear a lot of talk about Jesus.
Yeah.
Don't believe that fellow used the word God or the name Jesus.
Or the Bible or any other religious. Did you see any crosses or?
He said, did he say scripture or
I thought he said good book.
good book?
A book, scripture can literally mean anything, but it usually does mean the Bible.
Now,
Yeah.
Captain, you're a more God-fearing man than I am. I'm somewhat ashamed to admit. When a Christian says sacrifice, that's usually Jesus, right?
Well, talk about the communion, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be a communion, make the sacrifice there. It could be, could be the tithe, your tithe. If you give what you give to the Lord, He'll return tenfold to you. But
yeah, and they have a special revival once a month.
I mean, that's a weird way to phrase it. I've been in the Baptist church all my life. I've never heard people say, "Hey, well, as long as you make your sacrifice." You notice all their last names?
No,
Yeah.
What about their last names?
They're all like Millstone, Hammersmith. They're all like, maybe they're just,
If that just might be local,
could be.
breakdown of where they got their names from in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, do they have a Scandinavian sort of look to them? White, blonde, or are they mostly brown-haired, brown-eyed?
They would look more. No, there's not a Scandinavian look to them. So yeah, it's more. Given their names, the names are more kind of an English in origin.
Okay.
Right. And thinking back on the chief of the Texas Rangers when he was talking to us, how often have these cars been found, did he say?
About once a month.
About once a month. And that's when I'll
Once a
mention is
month
like,
for a year and a half or so.
well, I mean, if you're remember, I don't know if you noticed there, Lieutenant, that ledger, that room 1, about once a month someone's was signed in on that.
Yeah, in the first week of the month, which is good news for us because it's
Yeah.
not time for their monthly revival.
Yeah.
No, it's a curious thing. And we know now that our friend at the inn lied to us about Ben Mitchell's car, which means he had cause to lie to us about Ben Mitchell's car.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't trust him when he brought it up anyway. He seemed to be kind of looking up to the sky when he said a coupe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's do your pulp fiction hypothesis. Let's
There's
say
a
that
cobra
once,
in the basket, and the priest's going to tear off his face. He'll be wearing a turban, and he'll have Oriental eyes.
but if I'm
dagger.
reading you and these things a little correct, you suggest that once a month somebody comes to town and they're abducted and gotten rid of.
And they got beautiful crops.
But what the hell? Sorry, my language again. Has that to do with their old cars getting beat up and left? I get that they might leave their abandoned car somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But how is that car getting so damaged and old overnight, filled with dust?
I mean, that's definitely the good question there. Why that is and how that is, but
and not to mention they get moved all over the state, hundreds and hundreds of miles.
I mean, what if somebody escaped and they were driving down the road in their Model T Ford as quickly as they can, and they got firebombed by, the people catching up with them, but there's no fire.
I have it figured a little different. I wonder if whatever strange thing ruins the cars isn't the point. The point is that there's this town where the banker brings in a foreign influence preacher who's nothing like a Christian, and they force out 2 different church leaders, and they're taking this whole village for their weekly tithe. And however, maybe it is some fertilizer they got that's going to burn out in 2 years. But in the meantime, they've got the local folks thinking they found the truth and the light, and all of a sudden their crops is better than all the others.
The more we say it out loud, the more ridiculous it sounds. It's probably they're probably good, normal Christian people, and We're just looking for reasons not to believe.
Well, that's part of law enforcement issue.
Now,
Yeah,
I'm
kind
not
of
much of a
look at all angles.
I'm not much of a church goer, but I'll go. I don't have any good clothes though. You got to dress up for church, don't you?
Well, you dress up the best that you can, and so you know, uh, Jesus himself, he hung out with the lepers, the prostitutes, the bottom rungs of society. Those are the ones. So
I've hung out with a couple of prostitutes in my life. One has to get it where one can, but I don't consider myself a horrible sinner either.
yeah.
We have the fact, however, that our hotelier has lied to us on purpose. That's one sign that there's something hidden under the behavior of this little hamlet. I wonder if there's dissenters we could talk to, somebody who's not so fun. Maybe two of us goes for Reverend Wright's speech tomorrow, and one of us goes around and sees who doesn't attend the church.
Yeah,
because they might know something.
Yeah.
Don't have to dress up for that.
I hate to say it, but I'm also a little curious as to sneak over there and take a peek inside that church.
Oh, I was thinking we can do that anyway. We just complete the walk around the town. We check it out. I'm sure any church should have flyers, hey, what the sermon is going to be about tomorrow.
Maybe. They'd have to have a printing press. This doesn't look like the kind of town that would have a printing press.
Maybe they got one of them boards where they just kind of put letters on it, and
but it makes you want to second guess having dinner. Man, what if he's poisoning you or drugging you?
It isn't sacrifice season. We have that going for us. The desk at the end, did it have a telephone on the counter? Or are there telephone lines in town?
You did not see any telephone lines coming into town.
Telegraph?
No telegraph lines coming into town either.
So it's amazing they have power. Maybe they don't have any power. They're power lines.
Yeah, they might not have power. It could just be
kerosene lamps.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably think that because there hasn't been rural electrification because Johnson hasn't even become a Senate representative yet. So,
yeah. This is a really isolated place.
We could also forfeit our $1.50 and head back to Vega tonight, and at least make clear to our superiors where we're planning to be, and that we have a fairly positive identification for the remains in the Model T.
Yeah, I want to spend the night here. I want to meet a couple other people. I mean, Pontevilla didn't run me off. Their Reverend Wright ain't running me off either.
Yeah, fair enough. And we do represent the power of the sovereign state of Texas. They'd be foolish to interfere with us. And we haven't, I don't think, tipped our hand so far. Inquiries are inquiries.
Yeah, we're just asking. Not saying that maybe one of us shouldn't trade off staying up tonight.
Yeah.
So I assume we were kind of walking while we were discussing that, kind of going through the the northwest side of town.
Okay, swinging by the Fifth Street Church.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you head up in that direction. And again, it's kind of it looks to be kind of a new structure. It's kind of clapboard like the other churches in town. So it's got that kind of prairie Gothic kind of look to it. However, one thing that makes this church stand out, there is no steeple on this church.
Maybe they haven't built
And
one yet.
the stained glass, it's just colored glass. There's not any images on it. It's just kind of sheets of colored glass.
Okay. No, I mean, I've never seen a Protestant church that didn't have some cross or iconography on it. So whether
On the
it's above
outside,
front, yeah.
at least on the outside, you don't see any crosses.
Huh.
I mean, we did mention that this place is out in the boonies. Maybe this I don't know, crazy Pentecostal place.
Stained glass is expensive too.
It's true.
And to have it and not look like anything. Is there any place there could be a bell for calling weddings, meetings, emergencies?
No, there's no bell here either.
Yeah.
Does the building look newer than the other churches that we passed by?
Oh yeah, it looks to be relatively new construction.
So maybe they just haven't gotten the funds yet to put on a steeple and buy stained glass. But
Yeah.
Getting all the donations, all for Reverend Wright.
Are there any windows on the front where the front door is, or is that just solid with?
No, it's solid. But just as a reminder, this is 1930s Texas, so churches are not locked.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And in terms of signage, is there just a wooden sign above the doors that says Fifth Street Church?
Wooden sign out. Yeah, there's a wooden sign out front. Just says Fifth Street Church, Pastor Jeremiah Wright.
Jeremiah Wright. And there's no inspirational message, and there's no board to tack up paper saying Potluck Tuesday or anything. It's just Fifth Street Church, just Pastor or Reverend?
Pastor Jeremiah Wright. Services 10 a.m. on Sunday. Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Mm-hmm. Is there a obvious house nearby that would be the Reverend's house, whatever that would be called?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, it's it's not like connected directly to the church, but there's a kind of a yard for the whole church itself, and then off to the right of it is where what looks to kind of be a parsonage.
Well, fellas, we might as well step inside and smell the pine and incense, right?
Yeah. See if I gotta bring my Bible, or if they've got a Bible supply for service in the morning.
Or
peeking into the church.
If anyone comes over, we'll just say, "Well, we're travelers and we're peeking into the church."
Here to pray.
You go in. Like I said, the doors aren't locked here. And from the looks of it, as you go in, it's kind of what you would expect kind of in a typical Protestant church, on the inside at least. You've got basically a row of pews on each side with kind of a center aisle. It fits about, by your kind of guesstimating, about 150 people or so. Right in the center of the sanctuary, there is kind of a pulpit that's standing there. And a little bit behind it, there does appear to be some sort of altar that might be about 3 foot off the ground or so. About 30 inches, 35, 36 inches off the ground. You don't see any decorations on the side. You just have these basically stained glass, colored glass windows all around it. In the center, behind the pulpit, above the altar, there is a mural that has been painted. The image on the mural is what appears to you to be the Israelites carrying the Ark of the Covenant.
I mean,
and it's the only decoration that's in the church.
Yeah. There's no like baptismal area.
No, there's no baptismal area. And since you were kind of asking, there's no Bibles in the pews.
Hmm.
So, I'd like to just sort of take a closer look at the painting. I like Bible stories, but are there rays of death coming out of the Ark of the Covenant, or
Yeah, I think kind of in the Raiders of the Lost Ark, that picture that Indiana Jones shows with
exactly what I
yeah,
was thinking, yeah.
that's basically what kind of the image is looking like.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm. I'll turn around and look backwards. Is there any painting on the back on the?
The
Is there
only image you see in this whole church is that of the Ark of the Covenant being carried by the Israelites.
No crosses.
No crosses.
Little altar out front doesn't say "Do this in remembrance of me" or thinking back to my Protestant.
So
Okay,
no, there's nothing
Okay.
written on the altar. It's very plain. It's just a very plain altar.
Yeah.
On the pulpit, there's no cross. There's no key row. There's nothing. It's just plain pulpit.
there's been quite a few different religious movements in the past that you run into: Shakers, Quakers. I mean, maybe this is just some weird offshoot.
Yeah.
Gives me the heebie-jeebies without seeing a cross in the church.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean,
Candles? Are there candles? Did you say?
Yes, but candles more for illumination than it would be for, it's not really ceremonial candles, but there would be candles for illumination.
does it look like this is like the only room in the church, or is there like a door near the front of the sanctuary, like where the pastor would get ready, or what are those called, rectories or something?
Oh, like a room off to the side where the pastor can put on his robes and things like that.
Yeah.
There's a small little sacristy off to the side.
All right. Okay, that makes me feel like.
And if you go in there, there's just basically a kind of a wardrobe in there with a solid black robe with, again, no ornamentation whatsoever on it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see any Bibles in here. There is a cabinet with a lock on it, though.
I'm not breaking into no matter what kind of church, I just can't see myself breaking into a cabinet in a church.
Well, we're lawmen. We can't, or you guys are lawmen. You can't really break the law. So,
that's what my captain keeps telling. But
yeah, that's right, Doc. Texas Rangers always follow the letter of the law.
Yeah.
Remember to tell your fellow transients that. But I think we have an impression of the place. Captain, you have a good book that you travel with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I will confess, except for a little bit of Genesis and such, I don't know the Old Testament at all. It seems almost Hebraic to me, with the whole lack of Jesus iconography and the magic, God box. I'd like to read up. Maybe we'll understand Wright's sermon, if that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
we know what they're worried about.
Back to Old Testament religion, a little bit more of a vengeful God.
Yeah, at best I recall, was it Moses who had to build the magic box, and then it kept getting stolen back and forth? You see,
I mean, yeah. I mean, the Ten Commandments they brought down. That's what it's believed was stored in those, and like anyone that would touch it, because if I remember correctly, someone accidentally touched it and they were struck dead.
It would kill you, yeah, because it was the Holy of Holies.
Mm-hmm.
There were other things inside the box too. I think there was Aaron's staff, which had suddenly sprouted, and it was a jar of manna.
Doc, you are a gentleman of surprising depths.
Well, I've been around.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think this place is Jewish because I have seen a synagogue and it wasn't anything like this.
Rising depths.
Well,
From the back of the church, you hear a kind of an elderly but strong voice. Praise the Lord! We have some believers who have come amongst us. And as you turn around, you see this extremely elderly gentleman, probably in his early 80s or so, dressed in a full black suit. And with that, I think we can take a short little break,
all right.
about 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes later.
So like I said, you hear then this voice coming from behind you. Praise the Lord! We've got some believers around here. Well, welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to our church. I hear from Mr. Mills that you fine folks are going to be staying at the hotel this evening.
That we are. Are you the Reverend Wright that we've heard so much about?
Oh, I am indeed the Reverend Wright. Yes, and just to let you know, you are more than welcome to join my wife Sarah and I for dinner tonight. We have a custom of inviting the stranger into our home, so you are more than welcome to attend dinner with us. I believe that Sarah is making some nice fried chicken this evening.
Oh, that's going to be a hard thing to pass up there, Reverend. What time?
Oh, around 7 o'clock, so about 45 minutes, if that's not too inconvenient to you.
Well, Reverend, it's not putting too much upon your good wife to prepare for 3 extra mouths to feed in just less than an hour.
Oh, that's no trouble at all. Like I said, we're always prepared for people to come in. The Lord blesses us. He is the one that keeps us of our faith. And so we always want to make sure that we provide for those who come in around who are not known around here.
Certainly is very kind of you. Were we joining a large family for supper, or is it just you and your lady?
Just myself and my wife, Sarah. We're the only ones.
Your children probably grown up. Oh, right. So you have a larger family in your congregation, I suppose.
Yes, we put all of our ministry into this place. We planted this church only a few years ago, and it's the ultimate one has certainly been given us many blessings from the sacrifices that we have put into the church, and the whole community here is now believers.
Oh, praise Jesus.
Indeed. Praise indeed is always given to the ultimate one, is it not? To the great keeper?
We were kind of curious about the iconography above your altar. Is that the Ark of the Covenant?
Yes, it is. My wife Sarah actually painted that. She felt that was an appropriate image, and she felt called by the Great One to paint that image, and I think we were quite blessed that she provided her gifts for it.
Well, indeed, the Great One has blessed her with enormous talent. It's a very striking image there. We were just trying to recollect between ourselves the story of the Ark of the Covenant. It's not the most commonly told in a lot of our modern churches. What's inside that?
Well, inside the ark itself, it's a representation of the presence of God in amongst His people, and the great power that He is able to provide. Because if you remember from your scripture, I'm sure you know from the Hebrew Bible, there is then the understanding that the power of God is present in it, and when it is carried amongst God's people, they can never be defeated.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But wasn't there one time that a couple of sons carried it into battle and were slain?
Those who are unworthy may not touch the ark.
Okay, there's a worthiness component. And that's probably very hard for us mortals to reckon with. Who among us would be
Indeed.
worthy?
So I've noticed there was a Methodist and a Baptist church. Which denomination are you affiliated with?
We aren't affiliated with any denomination. As Now, originally, I had gone to the Southern Oklahoma Baptist College, but through my studies, I came to the understanding that the denominational system is quite corrupt. It's very, very human, and my wife and I, we went on pilgrimage, and when we came back, we had a greater understanding of the way that the Lord's message should be taught to others. And so we have not been involved with any particular congregation. I know that's a bit strange and novel to a lot of people, but it is the way that we've been helping to spread the word.
Well, I look forward to hearing about this pilgrimage. At dinner, possibly. Don't want to dictate the supper conversation, but sounds interesting.
Well, it's a good point, Captain. We ought make our way back to the inn and inform them that we'll be joining the.
Yeah, we don't want Florence to be making extra food.
Meatloaf.
We've got to save that food for Clarence, because
Give me a fella.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm sure Florence won't mind. She's kind of used to it. When people come through, they often will visit our house for at least one meal.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Anything we could
up.
bring, like a side dish, or I mean, obviously we don't have a stove or anything to cook, but like maybe some.
Oh, no, that's not
store.
necessary. It's our pleasure to provide from the bounty that the Great One has given us to provide to those who come to our table.
Well, praise be. I suppose the sort of cottage yonder is your home.
Oh yeah, it's just right across the way there. The one with the lights coming on, as you can see in the kitchen. Sarah is already starting to prepare dinner.
Well, we'll leave you informer of our imposition, then, and go and disappoint Mr. Mills. And see you in
like I said,
a little bit.
He's used to it. It won't be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like to clean up before supper.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the road.
All right. Anything you guys want to do before supper?
Yeah, let's go back to Vegas.
Run away!
Yeah. Yep. I'll go back, and as I get prepped, I'm going to put on kind of like a suit, maybe have an inner pocket, and I'll slide my little travel Bible in my inner pocket.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Captain Marshall if he happened to carry an extra couple of silver crucifixes around with him or whatnot, but yeah, mostly I'm just gonna refresh my shave and straighten up my necktie and look presentable. Well, Doc, do you travel with much extra kit clothing wise?
Not much more than a bedroll and a little bit of stuff that I carry with me wherever I go. Sometimes I accumulate a bit when I've got money, but I like to travel light.
Yeah. I don't know, tonight or well, let's say for tonight, if you want to borrow a fresh shirt, I can figure that out.
Thank you very much.
Just
I'd
so,
probably actually have 2 or 3 shirts. It's just,
Yeah.
yeah.
and then I'm like,
Probably
I'm
have a
size
shaving kit, so
50.
I'd probably shave to make sure it was decent looking. Yeah,
Right. And we're sure they aren't going to poison us, right?
probably not, and quite honestly, traveling around the country, there's a lot of weird little groups that break off from other Christian groups and make their own Christian groups.
Oh yeah, I heard there's some people that dance with snakes out in there in Appalachia.
I don't know that one, but
Mm.
I know
I don't know if it's true, but that's what I'd heard.
I was with the Shakers for a little while. That they men and women all live together, but completely separately.
Hmm.
Separate side of the church, separate building, separate everything. No sex.
Seems like a strange way to live, but each their own, I guess.
Somebody made it up and somebody started following it.
Hmm.
Probably
Seems
the
like
same thing here.
Yeah, seems like that would die out, not supplying another generation.
They ran orphanages.
Oh, dang. Hmm. I think we should drive to the Reverend's, not walk.
Oh, right. In case we need a quick yeah, again, I'm not as God-fearing man as you are, Captain, to my shame. What do you reckon the rules are regarding? Well, I'm not bringing a shotgun into the man's house, but are you going to remain equipped for combat?
A ranger always has his pistol, his revolver on him.
Yep, fair enough. Yeah, that's certainly reason enough to keep the car within reach.
Yeah, so as we
Basically, I don't know. I mean, what do we? Either she's going to put arsenic in the casserole, or the villagers are going to stamp in on us. Both of them seem silly.
Arsenic in the casserole won't. A gun and a knife won't do you any good anyway.
Besides, they're going to be eating the same thing. If they're eating it, then I'm going to give me a chicken thigh, though. That's always my favorite on the fried chicken.
Oh, what did they call God? The ultimate one?
Yeah. Yeah. Did you notice when I said praise Jesus, he almost
yeah,
bluntly ignored me. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, if it isn't intolerably rude, maybe every time we pass green beans, we should praise Jesus and just see if they can even say the name. That seemed to be the strange thing. He didn't say.
That might be rude. I don't know. It's their religion. Yeah. I'm not sure that this is going to tie in at all to our little missing car or a missing person.
Well, the worst that can happen is we get a good meal.
Amen.
And let's look at our notes. Before Mitchell, it was Leland Hutchison, is that right? Frank Andrews. If we just drop a couple names in and see if we can get maybe the missus to give us a look twice, that'll suggest to me there's some. I mean, it could be a simple grift, right? They could be visitors pass through this podunk and they get knocked off and their savings. Somebody drives their car. Now, hear me out, Captain. Miss Ellen Ward passes through 6 months ago. They knock her on the back of the head. They take her paperwork. One of the ladies either Mrs. Sarah or Mrs. Florence. They drive all the way across state. They take out all of their savings from their bank account,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why the vehicles are parked all over different places.
Mm.
And they do their, I don't know, weird fire magic that he learned when he was on pilgrimage. And they drive back, and that's why they can build a church in no time.
Could be. Yeah. Yeah.
Just trying to make sense out of nonsense, that's all.
You would think, though, that these people would turn up missing wherever they were ultimately supposed to go, and that some fine lawman, such as yourself, would trace it backwards, and it would all end up in this town.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that so many people are on the move since the farm failures that
You don't have the resources to check all of them.
yeah, and you could go, hey, he's missing. Well, lots of people don't live where they started anymore.
Yeah, as far as I know, we're the first rangers to stop in this podunk in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
It's not on the rail line, it's not on the highway.
Well, let's go get cleaned up.
Yeah.
Remember, this may be the last day that we have on Earth.
Every day, yes. That's why I always pray before I go to bed.
Okay. You guys get cleaned up, and just so I confirm, you wanted to drive to the Reverend's house for this evening, so you've got your car out front.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was
All right.
probably cutting it close.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, not a problem at all. So yes, you drive up, and when you guys arrive, you see the Reverend is sitting on the porch. He's sitting in a rocking chair. He's got a glass of tea, sweet tea, with him, and you see that there's a pitcher of iced tea next to him, as well as 3 empty glasses. And when he sees you arrive, he kind of welcomes you over. Come on up here, brothers. The wife's not quite ready with dinner yet, so if you want to sit down a spell, we've got a little iced tea here that you can partake of before we go inside. Sarah will call us in when everything is ready.
Oh, well, thank you. Pour myself.
Yeah, he's drinking the tea that he had.
Oh
too.
yeah. I'm gonna pour myself a glass. I assume it's sweet tea, so sweet you can chew it because it's the South.
Yeah, it's about 5 parts sugar, 1 part tea.
Yeah.
There's no iocane powder in this.
So I'll get out my smokes because sorry, just sitting out there and light a cigarette.
Is he okay?
You boys religious?
I am.
Oh, okay.
It's one thing that keeps you grounded and hopeful sometimes in this line of work is faith in a better world beyond this one.
Oh, yes, indeed. Definitely, you get rewarded for the great gifts that are given to us in this world, as long as you properly use them. Certainly, many mansions, as the Christian Bible says.
Yeah, I'd say the captain is a better man for the book than I am. Not an unbeliever. I'm just not as God-minded as perhaps I should be. Shame be to me.
That's all right. Each of us in their own way are brought to the keeper in due time. Maybe it's just you haven't had the right grace brought to you yet.
That could be, Reverend. For example, I don't recall for the best of me ever hearing the Lord called the keeper before. Is that just my failure of learning?
Well, it could be. I don't know about your learning or unlearning, but we do, as most people believe, that your soul is going to either go to eternal paradise or eternal damnation, right? And it's kept within the bosom of Abraham. So says the both the Hebrew Bible as well as the Christian Bible.
So that's the keeper you're referring to?
That is one way of putting it, sir. That is true.
Interesting reflection.
I'm myself a man of the world, and I've traveled a great deal, and I've seen a lot of things. I believe in God. I just like to keep my options open.
Oh, that's perfectly understandable. Many people have lived difficult lives. I remember there was that. I believe Saint Augustine, who lived quite a profligate kind of life until he eventually was brought to faith and then lived a holy life. So maybe it's just not your time yet.
Perhaps God will reward me with a vision when the time is right.
The ultimate one certainly will.
Like Paul. Mm-hmm. So, Reverend, where are you from originally? Can't quite place your accent, but.
Oh, well, I'm originally from Oklahoma. As I think I might have mentioned, I went to the Southern Oklahoma Baptist College, which is where I did my seminary study. And then I served in various churches in Southern Oklahoma and Northern Texas for quite a while, and until I needed a spiritual renewal. Which is when my wife Sarah and I went on pilgrimage and came back rejuvenated.
Where did you go?
We went to Egypt.
Oh, wow!
Thus, now the whole Old Testament sort of pictures make sense, and yeah, quite an amazing place, I imagine.
Oh, indeed, it is. And it's where the Hebrews were in captivity for many generations, and then they were brought forth with great power and with great promise. They had to make some sacrifices along the way, but in the end, they were given the promised land.
Indeed.
About that time, you hear a voice from inside the house, kind of a woman's voice. Jeremiah, the supper is ready. Why don't you and our guests come inside? Well, gentlemen, it sounds like Sarah is ready for us. If you'll please, he opens up the screen door, and the dining room is just the first room there on your left.
Obliged.
Yeah.
As you go inside, you see the dining room table. Sarah has definitely been cooking. There are about 4 whole fried chickens that are out on the table. There looks to be about 5 pounds of mashed potatoes, a whole boatload of gravy, and there's about ears of corn with butter. That's probably about 15 or 20 ears of corn just laid out on a platter. And then as you're kind of going around the table, you do see that Sarah comes in and she's holding a pitcher of tea to place on the table. When she does, just to describe her a little bit, she is a woman in her early 20s. She is wearing a Victorian-style dress with a kind of a high collar, and she's wearing gloves that go all the way up her arms as well as she's bringing this in and say, welcome, you must be the brethren that have come to join us for dinner. Please. The name is Sarah. We don't stand on too much formality here, but please welcome to our table and take some seats.
Oh, thank you.
You're the man.
Were you expecting more? I mean, it's a lot of food, Sarah.
Oh, it is the bounty of the Great One. We're just merely sharing it.
Oh, okay.
Well, everything looks and smells delicious, and is there some way you'd like to seat us? Obviously, the Reverend's at one end. Do you take the other, or how should we?
Oh, no. So the Reverend sits at the head of the table, and she'll sit to his right. So it's a table that's going to fit 6 people. And so he's at the head of the table. She's to his right. There are 2 place settings to the left of the Reverend, and one directly across from the Reverend. And then there is also one that is to the right of her. So there's actually 6 place settings have been set for the 5 of you. So please sit wherever you wish.
I'll sit at the one that's closest to the chicken.
Okay, chickens.
Which
big
one?
pile of chickens in the center of the table.
Yeah, there you go.
So I've noticed there's an extreme disparity between their ages. But I would never say that out loud. Reverend, how did the 2 of you meet?
Oh, well, Sarah and I, we were brought together by the strange ways of the Lord.
That's the best way.
I'm right amazed to see such sweet, succulent-looking corn here in the early spring. Did you bring this in from somewhere, or is it cellared somehow?
Oh, well, you see, that's from last harvest. We canned it up, and I have a special recipe that my grandmother taught me to make sure we can keep the corn looking so nice and fresh.
I would swear it was from yesterday. It's remarkable.
Indeed. Well, the sacrifices that we make for the Lord, he gives back to us 70-fold.
Yeah.
Oh, but please, let's sit down. And Jeremiah, will you please give the blessing? So you guys all kind of sit around, bow your heads type of things. And he kind of begins. Oh, great one, we thank you for the gifts that you have given us based upon our righteous sacrifices that have been made. We thank you then for the offerings you have brought us and for the people that you have brought to our table. May we always be worthy with the things that you have given us. Amen.
Amen.
Each of us trying to find a different way to sound like amen, but without saying amen.
Yeah. Huh.
Well, gentlemen, we don't stand on formalities here, so please dig right in. There is plenty for everyone.
Oh,
Sure
there it
is.
is. Wow. Like
Sure is.
kind.
And yes, they are eating the food too. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, did we see any like chicken coops or anything around?
It's dark. It would hard to see.
But when we were kind of walking around town, had we seen any?
We went. The parsonage was near the church. It was not far from. It was not even supper time. We'd see if they had a private garden, also. This corn is.
There would have been a garden out back, yeah.
Okay.
And coops.
A couple of coops, yeah.
We'd have probably heard chickens around town, yeah.
I mean, yeah, all around town, probably actually. But this corn is not on the cob.
No, this is on the cob.
It's on the cob. Right?
Sweet corn on the cob.
So the idea that this was preserved from last August, it is in direct opposition to my life experience, right?
It would be a bit strange, yes. Normally, people can corn, but they wouldn't necessarily preserve it on the cob.
Yeah.
I've never seen it. No.
Of course, we are men folk, and we don't really know what the witchery the women get to in the kitchens.
we know
She
what
did say it was a
we know
secret recipe of her grandmother.
We know what we've had. Yeah.
we know what we had, and I've never seen corn on the cob in March.
So yeah. So Reverend Wright, your pilgrimage to Egypt and everything. I just I don't want to be presumptuous, but you talk about the Abrahamic uh, faith and all, and I just noticed that your name's Jeremiah and her name's Sarah, which is, if I remember, those are prominent people in the Old Testament. So, some people will change their name. Were you born with, were you named Jeremiah, or did you adopt that after your kind of
No, my parents gave me the name Jeremiah, and the same with Sarah.
oh, nice. I mean, yeah, because I no Johns in the Bible that I can remember. Well, I guess in the New Testament I'm an idiot. I would
Oh.
remember John the Baptist in the Book of John. Yeah, so
Yeah, not a lot of Harrys, I have to admit.
It's English. So, we're really curious. How does your religious belief differ from, modern Protestant Christianity?
Oh, well, I gave up on denominationalism, thanks to the reawakening I had on my pilgrimage. Come to the realization of the corruption that man has made to the churches, and felt the need to preach the gospel, or preach the word in its most pure form. Which is directed to us. Even you can't even be 100% certain of the scriptures, because they were written by men. So it's best to have the core of the beliefs, and that's kind of where our primary understanding of worship comes from.
So, do you believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, or is that just part of the Bible that you guys don't necessarily think is correct?
Well, Jesus is definitely an important person in the Christian scriptures, and in those good books, you are come to a conclusion that Jesus is the Son of God. It says it very clearly in the Gospel of St. John, that how's the beginning go? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And I think it's very clear from the Christian scriptures that the Jesus is God in that context.
What do you believe? Or do you think?
Are you asking that directly?
Yeah. Do you believe that Jesus is God?
What a strange question to ask a pastor, don't you think? I'm assuming you've given them his name, but giving your names by now at this point.
Right. You're right.
yeah.
It's a strange question to ask a pastor, don't you think, Doc?
Well, perhaps let's say that I'm asking it out of respect. As I say, I've traveled around and I've met a number of congregations that have widely different beliefs. And I'm just curious where yours fits in. Would you consider yourself Christian, or would you consider yourselves something else?
The issues with the Christian church is that it got so corrupted by man, and it definitely needed the purification. And you see that purification happening all throughout history. You see that in the early years with the Arians and the Monophysites, and the later on with Martin Luther. There you see this purification happening in the church, and sometimes it takes people to come forth to make sure that the true word is put forth.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I aim to do, is preach the true word of God.
I didn't mean to bring us into a rather heavy subject of theology, but I'm curious to see your service tomorrow.
Oh, you are most welcome. We will be preaching on the Exodus tomorrow, if that is of interest to you.
Oh, yes. Yeah, yeah. I am very interested in the Exodus as truly a miracle that God got the Jews out of Egypt.
Mm. Yeah, there was a lot of manna from heaven involved, I believe.
And rivers parting and
I was
pillars of
talking about
fire.
I was talking about the mashed potatoes, though.
Oh,
Is there buttermilk in these?
Of course, there's buttermilk in those
They're like
potatoes.
they're so smooth and they're so tangy at the same time. Miss Sarah, it's a wonder, this meal. Were when you and the Reverend were you a congregant when you met, or did you meet in Egypt, or?
Oh no, it was actually I had we were already married by the time that we decided to go on pilgrimage, and actually I recommended to Jeremiah that we go because I don't think Jeremiah would mind me saying this. He was struggling a bit with his faith at the time, and I suggested that we follow in the footsteps of some of the chosen people, and we spent some time there in Egypt, and was renewed in our faith before we came back. And then when we arrived, I think it's only a few months until Mr. Hammersmith invited us to plant a church out here.
That's another thing. We haven't met the Hammersmiths yet. In this small town of important families. How did you come into relation with this banker who could fund your new establishment? I mean, it seems like the easiest thing would have been to open up in one of the churches that was already here, but.
Oh, well, JP, he was a believer in non-denominational Christianity. And so he was looking for someone to come plant a church, and I forget who it was, but somehow I received a telegram from him and inviting Sarah and I to come visit. And 32 it was, we came out here, and we liked the church that he had built for us. Everything was all ready, and we just decided, well, the Great One is obviously calling us here through the generosity of JP, and how could we refuse?
Yeah, indeed, how could you refuse such an opportunity? Although, given that you have such a world-changing, potentially message, it is a small town to pick as a location. And also, how did Mr. Hammersmith know how to build a church that would suit your rather specific needs in terms of the glasswork and the lack of a steeple? And it's an unusual structure, after all, in these parts.
Oh, indeed. Well, it's not all that unusual. I mean, it's what more does one need to preach the word than 4 walls and a pulpit?
Well, as you know, better than I, sir, it needs, depending, kneeling benches or racks to hold scripture, or saints in the glass, or organs, or any number of things, or many
all of
teachings.
all of those things were added to the church. They weren't necessarily part of it from the original. I mean, you read in the scripture and the Christian scriptures about St. Paul, who just merely went into a person's house and begins preaching. You hear about in the Christian scriptures about Jesus is standing on the side of a lake and beginning his preaching.
Yep. And yet, Mr. Hammersmith built that space before he found you and your word. And then that space wasn't complete until Miss Sarah, and I commend you not only on this corn, but on that mural. Your that religious space wasn't complete until that work was done. Do you know how Hammersmith found you? Seems like a more than miraculous intervention right there.
Oh, well, the great keeper definitely provides and puts people in the way of those to spread the message. So all I can say is we received a telegram from him and came out here. So there might have been some discussions amongst other people, but those I would not necessarily have been privy to.
What's Mr. Hammersmith's family like?
Mr. Hammersmith is a widower. His wife died relatively young. Mr. Hammersmith's only in his mid-30s himself, but his wife died about 5 years ago, I think it was. Tragically, if I remember correctly, she drowned. But his family's been here for at least a couple of generations.
It's a sad tale.
Oh, that is sad. Hell, you remember Lieutenant Carter? We were looking into that one drowning just a month or so ago. What was it? Miss Eliza Ward, I believe, from Grand Prairie.
Yeah, that was a troubling case.
And as Lieutenant Carter and I had discussed, we were going to drop one of those names and see if they had any reaction to.
Right. You can give me a psychology roll.
What is my psychology? I got some points in it. Not that many points in it.
I've rolled only a 51, but I will spend 6 points of my meager luck to get a good
to make it a regular
eyeball on
success?
these two. That's right.
Okay. You can tell the name rings a bell, but they're not fazed by it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll give Captain Marshall a little bit of a look, but I'm not going to wink at him. It's not a hint. It's not a battleship hit. It's like, all right, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. And then I'm gonna go. I hate to trouble you, Reverend Wright, but that sweet tea, it's kind of running through me. Could you direct me to the outhouse?
Oh yeah, it's right out back through the kitchen there.
Okay. And so I'll get up, and when I go through the kitchen, I'm just going to kind of look around, see, what the kitchen looks like. I'm not going to start going through the drawers or anything.
Right. But no, as you can see, it is extremely well stocked. With all sorts of fresh fruits, fresh vegetables. There are massive amounts of cured ham. I mean, it looks like kind of a 1930s grocery store in a lot of ways in terms of the abundance of food that is present of all different types.
Yeah, and I assume a lot of the produce is out of season.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Any pictures on the walls?
No, not really, because on the way out, it's the dining room, the kitchen, then the backyard for the outhouse. There's not really a place to see any photos or anything.
All right. Yep. I'll go out.
Also, as you do go out, you do see her garden that's out there. And in the middle of March, or towards the end of March, her garden looks like it's already ready to harvest.
Interesting.
I mean, there's already watermelons ready to go.
Maybe God has blessed them.
Yeah.
And in the outhouse, you'll find a 1935 Sears and Roebuck catalog.
Nice. Yeah. Take my leak, come back in, and as I'm going by, am I close enough to the garden that I could bend down, maybe just kind of, I just want to see, hey, is the dirt, is it like topsoil or is it kind of dusty like what we found in a car, in the trunk of a car?
It is like topsoil, yes.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Don't eat it.
Yeah. So yeah, then I'll come back in, thank him. It's like, man, your garden, Sarah, it is unbelievable. I mean, you're never seen watermelons that ripe at this time of year, ever. Never even heard of it.
Oh, that's been one of those things this year that it's just been quite remarkable. Definitely there wasn't like that last year, that's for sure. But I guess I've made the right sacrifices that the Great One has blessed me.
Oh man, you should. I mean, I hope I'm not being too forward, but like I'm a little bit of a green thumb myself. Any tips? So, I mean, if I could grow this much food, regularly, I might consider retiring because wouldn't need to buy anymore.
Oh, just be right with the Lord, and I'm sure your garden will turn out just fine.
Of course.
And that brings up a matter of interest to me, Reverend and Miss Sarah. I mentioned already that you've chosen this sort of out of the way place to seed the word into the community. I wonder, did you in Egypt, or are you part of some fellowship that can enlighten others to be right with the Lord in the way that you have here so productively?
Well, I can tell you this, sir. Are you familiar with Gnosticism?
I made it most of the way through sixth grade. That sounds like something ghosty, and that's about as much as I can tell you.
Oh, well, it's not quite like that. Gnosticism was an early Christian belief with this idea and understanding that there were secrets that were hidden from most people. But one of the issues with that is that you needed to be a member before you could receive the fullness of that knowledge. And we're happy to spread the true word, but the fullness of that knowledge does require commitments.
That sounds, and forgive me, Reverend, I'm not painting you with that brush. It sounds a little bit like the Freemasons.
Oh, I'm certainly not a Freemason, but that is where they get some of their ideas from. That is true.
Right. So you have secrets, but you can only share secrets once somebody joins up.
Well, the fullness of the revelation is brought to people once they have committed themselves. Yes.
Let's see. Oh, forgive me again. I don't know the answer to my question there. The fullness of knowledge that you're sharing here in Milston, like, are there other folk, other reverends in your non-denominational denomination, like spreading this word elsewheres?
Oh, not that I'm aware of. As mentioned, we're planting the seeds of this church here, and we're hoping it will continue to grow. But
so
we've only been here for a couple of years.
These are the first seeds. You didn't get them out of a ripe melon of some other church that's around. So we've got to gather the seeds here from your produce. I mean, or folk have to gather your seeds after this harvest just to keep planting your church.
That's all dependent upon the Great One, of course.
This Gnosticism sounds interesting, but I think that what you're saying is basically you can't know what's in the book until you read it.
Yeah, that would be about right, Doc.
And I don't mean to be impertinent. Some people feel one way and some another. In your church, is coffee all right? I just
Coffee?
had so much of that chicken, taters, and corn. I really could use a cup.
Oh, of course. We've got Sarah. Is the peach cobbler ready? Of course it is.
Yeah.
And so she brings out 2 large trays of peach cobbler and a nice big pot of black coffee.
Good gracious, you are the finest hosts I know in Texas.
So,
Now, are you using some kind of artificial fertilizer that's giving these plants quite a boost? You seem to be well ahead of the season. You guys could be rich with your farming out here.
Oh no, these peaches we put up last year.
Ah,
the trees last year?
Well,
No,
not the
put up
trees themselves, but the fruit.
peach.
Oh, okay. All right.
She canned them. She canned them.
Okay.
So they're not fresh peaches right off the tree.
Okay. All right.
They taste like fresh peaches, though.
I keep kind of glancing over at the table setting for that no one's using.
Mhm.
I kind of look back and I go, were you expecting someone else, Reverend, or do you just set 6 table settings?
Oh no, we always keep a table setting ready for anyone that might happen to pass by. In the Jewish tradition, they keep a seat open for Elijah during the Passover, and so it's a similar tradition.
Oh, nice. Yeah. It reminds me of a story my mother told me how a stranger came knocking on her door when over Christmas time and they had no present ready, and that's why she would always buy an extra present. So when a stranger came by, because you never knew if it would be Christ who would come by. It is his birthday, of course, for Christmas.
Oh, Christmas indeed, that is the day celebrated for the birth of Jesus. It's a similar idea. We never know who might the Great One might bring before us, and so we just want to make sure that his abundance may always be shared with others.
Love and compassion for strangers. That's a good thing.
Good.
Hospitality.
Exactly.
Is there a name for the extra seat? Like what? Elihu or whatever you said? Elijah?
Oh, yeah. For the Hebrew tradition, it's Elijah's seat. No, we don't put such human names to things. Try to. I guess if you wanted to call it anything, it could be Karah seat.
Sorry, what would that indicate?
Oh, that was just one of those names we learned when we were in Egypt as we were exploring all the various ruins that were present there.
It's awful interesting stuff. You're a very learned man, and very hospitable.
Well, I've had a nice big portion of this peach cobbler. I must admit, I am so full of food. My eyelids are slowly dropping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miss Sarah, is there some spice in the cobbler that isn't cinnamon or nutmeg? It's very, uh, again, all the food has been, you, pardon me, Reverend Sarah. I thought that that Clarence at the hotel was disrespecting his wife somewhat, perhaps to save $1 or out of some kind of comedy. And now that I see the spread that you all offer to passersby, and its generosity and profoundly delicious it is, I can't blame the fella for sending folks off for a meal one night. It really is something else.
Outstanding. Yeah.
Outstanding.
Well, I am glad you like it. We just want to provide what we've been given to others.
How do you guys how do you guys stay so fit? I mean, with this much food, I mean, I feel like I probably put on 3 or 4 pounds just today, just in one meal.
Oh, we do a lot of walking around here.
A lot of walking. Oh, it's amazing.
Now, if we had been 4 strangers who came into town this afternoon, would one of them have sat in the car seat, or would you have just made the table a little wider? Is one seat always empty?
Oh, yes, we would have set up a place in the kitchen.
Let's see. I have a great deal to learn. I'm not a well-traveled fella. You know, I've only lived in a couple places, and I've only been with the Rangers for a night. So, pardon me if my questions seem ignorant.
Oh, no questions are ignorant when it comes to bringing forth enlightenment.
Well, you've been very kind. I look forward to your church service in the morning. But quite frankly, I am quite dazed and ready to hit the hay, as they say.
That's what they say.
Yeah. Thank you, Reverend.
Yeah, you have your pleasantries to kind of end up the evening. They thank you for coming. You thank them for having, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So,
yeah, thank you very much. Shall we head back over to the hotel?
Mm-hmm.
What do y'all think?
I think we should push the car. It's quieter. And I wouldn't mind a minute's talk and work off some of my gut. It's like I just put on 18 pounds. Is he 80 years older than she is, or only 60?
He is in his early 80s. She's in her early 20s, so it'd be about 60-year difference.
I mean, in the Bible, they did that sort of thing. I guess some of them were 200. Isn't Sarah wife to
Abraham?
Yeah, and she had a child when she was
an old woman.
Old, yeah.
No, it just seems more likely that maybe his first wife passed away and that he married because he doesn't know how to take care of the house. You know, she'll get it all when he dies.
It's a lot of all. There ain't no way you can keep corn on the cob 6 months over winter. There is not a way. There's not a way you could have watermelon outside in March. It's unnatural. It's just
maybe they're in a pocket. Some sort of pocket, really good weather.
It's not weather. I mean, seeds take time to ripen. Have you never worked on a farm in your damn days?
I know what you're saying. Maybe they planted the watermelon last year, and
March corn is yay high, and June corn is yay high, and August corn is yay high, and then you harvest. You can't just eat fresh. It was sweet. The kernels were fresh boiled. It's not natural. It's unnatural is what I'm saying.
So maybe this thing they believe in is blessing them with, I don't know, magic corn. It seems weird, but it certainly tasted good. If there was arsenic in that, it was delicious arsenic.
I need to have some more. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I might take a second arsenic cobbler from Miss Sarah.
I know I wasn't going to have a piece of cobbler until she said it was cobbler, and oh my God.
Yeah. Wow.
And I they forgot the corn was out of season. So when you asked about the peaches, they were like, "Oh, they're canned peaches. She put them up in the spring." But they're so unnatural, they didn't even think that we'd notice that you can't have corn on the cob when the corn's barely sprouted. It's
maybe they're witches.
Well, there's something unnatural. I don't like it. We were saying before that maybe the captain and I would go to church and you'd read around to see who dissents.
Yeah, I'll do that.
But I don't think I want to go to that church service. I'm honestly afraid.
I mean, if there's other people there, it's not going to. You're just going to preach. Then
the other people there are believers.
You know, I can go to attend the service, and you guys can scope out. I'll sit at the back, so if I have to make a hasty exit, I'll.
How many people are in this town?
150, 60.
You fit 160 people in that church?
Just about.
Yeah.
Built to order before they even showed up.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get to go and meet the bank man because it was Saturday. The bank man's behind the whole deal.
Bank man? I mean, I would think the people whose general job was avarice wouldn't be interested in the church.
This church doesn't seem salvational in the traditional sense.
Yeah, but
he was talking about having to become members before you can see the secrets. I hope he doesn't expect that we're going to get baptized tomorrow or anything like that before we can sit through his church services.
That'd be a bridge too far for me.
Why are we here? We're here because of that car.
Mm-hmm. Which we know was here, and they know it was here, and Clarence was trying to cover it up.
But our only wild, pulpy theory is that they're luring people here, or they're taking advantage of people who come into town and then sacrificing them to their garden god.
Mr. Travis, I appreciate your incredulity. What we have found is a car that's 50 years older than it can be, and in the back of that car is the ruin of a human being that leaves one tooth and a scrap of card. That scrap of card correlates perfectly with the monthly period of sacrificial offering in this town that has no telephone, no telegraph, no post office, that's shut down two churches since a new church that has nothing to do with Christianity or any other religion I ever heard of opened up, where a creepy old man and his, forgive me, Captain, rather attractive young wife, who's an excellent cook, have suddenly set up a homestead, and they can grow watermelons in the beginning of spring. Now, if you can make sense of that without saying that something strange is going on, I welcome you to it. I say nothing natural is happening here, And what is unnatural is that they are, well, people have come through here that nobody has seen again.
Well,
And if we go ahead.
well, I was just going to say the one thing then that should really concern us is if these people are all part of some weird sacrificial cult, then we've all told them that we're asking questions that they won't want to answer. They're not going to want to let us leave. Maybe you can make it quite clear that you've told your superiors where you are, and if they try anything with us, the whole federal government's going to come down on this town.
State government, I'm afraid, but yeah, we can intimate that, certainly.
We can tell them that, yeah.
we can insert both. Yeah, my impression at this point is that they are so deranged with their own situation that they are not even minding to keep their secrets very well.
Yeah.
They just figure we'll pass through like everybody else does, and it's not harvest season.
It's not the time of year they're going to sacrifice.
It's not the time of the month.
Yeah.
But then time is a problem also, because why are the vehicles 10, 20, 30 years older than they ought to look? Maybe it isn't a calendar we can count on. We could try to sneak out of town tonight.
Do you ever consider there might be some astrological event having to do with those dates, that full moon, dark of the moon, gibbous moon?
We'd have to check the Farmer's Almanac for that.
If it's the waning crescent, it's a very local waning crescent. It's just this town.
Well, I don't know what to do. I'm baffled.
But
they're going to have to give something away to us, and they're pretty good about not giving anything away.
Given what Doc said, you can give me a knowledge roll.
Talking education.
I said it, but I got a 93.
No. My education ain't what it might be.
77. Which is not a pass.
Read dummies.
Yep.
Well, my education
you can always push. Well, you can always spend luck. I really can't push the situation because it's just you thinking about things. But you can always spend luck.
Yeah.
What did I get? Oh, 93. Yeah, I'm way off.
Yeah.
Nope.
When we get to the room, Captain, I think you should look at the Bible again and see if it jiggers anything in your head, because these people seem like they're almost believers, but they're believers in something that's right next door.
Yeah, which is always the worst. That's the easiest way to trick someone, is get it close enough that they think that they're following the true word.
Even the basest liar doesn't mind holding up his hand and saying praise Jesus if it's youthful, and these people just won't do it. The keeper and the greatest one,
they might be true believers, which makes them even more dangerous. I think, gentlemen, I'm not going to sleep in the hotel. I am going to find a tree or something over in a field and sit against that and look in this direction. And I'll probably drift off to sleep, but I'll keep my eyes open. That way
on
you
the
can
one
both be
hand,
comfortable.
yeah, on the one hand, you're used to sleeping rough. on the other. It's probably the best movie you've had in 3-4 years. I don't.
I've had that long.
Fair enough. On the other hand, I wonder if we shouldn't be in 2 rooms just so they can't sneak up on us at the same time. But why couldn't they? There's more than one of them.
Yeah, I think that's in the one room, is that way one of us can get some sleep. We both stay up all night. We're going to be not worth anything.
All right. You keep an eye out, Doc. You'll probably wake.
I'll wake early.
Yeah. Keep an eye out. We'll do that. Do you want first sleep, Captain, or shall I take?
I'll take first. I usually read the Bible before I go to sleep, so I'll just take advantage of that time.
Yeah. Seems like sound Lincoln. Read. If you can match anything in your good book to what that man said, maybe it'll help us out. I'm trying to sleep off some cobbler. Hook me.
Okay. So the in the room at least, are we doing like a 4-hour shift? Or are you going to split that up in a different way?
I think 4-hour. That way you have time to get to your REM sleep and then come back out. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And Doc, how late are you going to stay up before you fall asleep?
I'm going to roll a Constitution roll based on that.
Okay.
Now I got a 39 out of 75, so that's almost a heart. We'll just say I drift in and out over the course of a few hours, and then I fall asleep.
Okay.
All night,
like around midnight or so.
Yeah.
Okay. Doc, give me a listen roll, but I'm going to require hard.
Okay. I don't know what it is, but I know I won. What is my listen? Listen is 51. I got a 2.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
So
that's an extreme then.
Yeah.
Around 3:00 in the morning, you hear some movement. It kind of wakes you up.
So I open my eyes. I'm still looking directly towards the hotel. Do I see anything immediately? Where do I hear this noise?
It's at this point, it's kind of coming from behind you, kind of moving towards you.
Okay. If I hear it coming from behind me, do I hear it like moving through the brush? Is it maybe it could be an animal?
Well, because you got an extreme success, I'm going to say it doesn't sound like it's it's moving across the actually it's kind of walking down the road, and the sound doesn't sound like someone is trying to hide their footsteps. It's just like they're walking down the road.
Okay. I think just defensively, I will pull out my knife and just have it ready, but I'll try to be very, very still and quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Might be dark enough that nobody can even see me sitting there.
Give me a stealth roll just to see how noticeable you are.
75. I don't know what my stealth is. Stealth is 65. I'll spend 10 points of luck.
All right, to hide yourself?
To just pass.
Okay. Whatever it is seems to kind of be walking past you. It doesn't seem to notice you, and just kind of keeps walking. Given the time of night, and there is a little bit of a moon out, so you can't see everything, but it does look like a rather slender figure is walking towards the hotel.
Okay, one person.
One person.
Can I tell if it's male or female, dress or pants?
Female.
Okay.
Okay. You do anything, or you're just going to watch?
Yeah, I will get myself where I can see clearly. I mean, I can see nighttime, but yeah, I'll get to where I'm watching. I'll probably move into a standing position against the tree.
Okay. The figure kind of walks up to the hotel, is kind of standing out front, kind of standing out in front of your car for a little while, and just kind of seems to just kind of be staring at the hotel for maybe five minutes or so, and then turns around and starts walking back in the same direction that they came from.
Okay, I will then try to conceal myself.
Okay,
Maybe
we'll
around
just
behind
have
the tree.
we'll have your stealth hold on to it as you move through, so we won't have you re-roll again. Okay. Yeah, it just the individual just kind of passes by. There's a kind of hood over their face, so you really can't get a view of it. But they start heading back the direction from which they came.
Okay, as soon as she is kind of like out of earshot, I will start to follow. Staying in the shadows, staying in the dark. I just want to see where she goes.
Since you're moving now, I am going to require another stealth roll. If you were going to stay put, I wouldn't have it, but since you're moving, I'll need another one.
That's pretty good. 65.
Yeah, you're a drifter. You've got a little stealth.
And I got a 60.
Which is a pass, right?
Yeah, regular pass.
Okay. Figure walks directly up to the parsonage of the Fifth Street Church and goes in.
Okay. Do I see lights on?
There's no lights on.
Well, that's weird. I'm going to turn and go back to my spot where I was.
Okay.
And I'll just sit back down. Do I know which window from my vantage point is their window?
I'll say yes.
Okay. So I don't see any lights on, obviously.
I'm assuming unless they want to say that they had any light on while they were keeping watch, but I'm assuming not.
I wouldn't. I mean, the captain can speak for himself on first watch. I would think we'd leave a low burn on an oil lamp so you could turn it up and not have to open it up and light it.
Okay, as long as the light doesn't suddenly come brightly lit, I'm not going to freak out about it. But it was weird. I'm going to tell them about it in the morning.
Okay. All right. So yeah, like I said, this happened around 3:00 in the morning. About 3 hours later, you start to see the sun come up over the horizon.
Yeah, I'm up by now, so I'll probably head back towards the hotel.
Okay. As you head back towards the hotel, I'm going to require a sanity roll. And I'll tell you why as soon as we see what your sanity roll is.
Okay. 36. What is my sanity? My sanity is 65, so I pass.
Okay. Just take a point. Because as you approach the hotel, the car you rode in on looks exactly now like the what happened to that Model T back at Al's garage.
Oh my God.
Paint's completely peeled on it. Tires are all dry rot. Everything's rusted up.
I'm going to quietly tiptoe back into the hotel up the stairs. Are they upstairs?
Yeah, because the rooms are on the second floor.
All right, so I'll go up the stairs and I'll go to their room and I will very quietly sort of tap on the door.
Yeah.
Guys, let me in.
Do the chain and or whatever there is for the lock and open it up.
I'll step inside and close the door behind me. I'm kind of rattled by what I saw, but we got a problem.
Oh yeah.
So 3 a.m. I woke up and I saw somebody walking. I'm pretty sure it was the Reverend Mrs.
Mm-hmm.
She walked up to our car, and I didn't see what she did, but I think she was just there for a second. Maybe she said something and she walked away and went back home. And now that the sun's coming up and I'm walking over towards the hotel, our car is 30 years older than it was. It's all peeled and damaged, and it's like it was suddenly aged. And she did it, and I can't explain it. Is she a witch?
I mean,
Oh, first things first, quietly go to the hotel window, look at through the blinds and verify this is the case.
It is the case. And with that, go ahead and give me a quick sanity roll.
Real quick. 96.
ooh.
All right. You've had some explanation. You were giving it to it, so it wasn't quite a shock like Dot got. So just give me a D3.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Now I'm 3.
Oh.
Well, you were talking about things being unnatural last night.
Sure it was. Now, I don't know, Keeper, I'm wondering, did I bring the shotgun in the hotel for safekeeping, or did I leave it in the vehicle?
You didn't say you brought it in.
I didn't.
Probably wouldn't. That'd be kind of aggressive.
Yeah, it's true. It's a little creepy.
Yeah.
And we parked it with the guns inside, sort of to keep things nice. So I assume that's ruined. Well, gosh, Captain, we have an answer to the question, but now we're trapped here. How it was. We could try to. We would not be the first strangers to rustle up some horses in an emergency and justify it legally afterwards. But we're not walking out of here. We're not walking to Vega.
No. Have we seen any other car in the village?
Have you seen any other cars? Give me it is a little retroactive, but go ahead and give me a spot hidden. But I'm going to require hard for reasons.
Okay. No.
Nope, you didn't see one.
Okay.
We noticed it was not very car friendly.
Yeah.
And there were a couple of horses around and not a lot of folks.
You know, I bet that rancher has a car.
Or somebody else up at that ranch house could park something.
What if he's in on it?
He invited you here.
All the people in this town might be in on it.
He invited you here. He's a rancher who's eaten back in Vega. He sends you, a vagrant, to this town a week before sacrifice.
Yeah, but
I think he was setting you up.
But it was my boss, Al, who sent me to Mr. Gutierrez.
That doesn't mean Al knows anything.
Yeah, but you said on the trip here that your boss said he just heard that he was looking for some help.
Oh,
So like it wasn't like he's like, hey, you need to go get this job. He's like, hey, I'd heard someone's hiring. I told many friends that.
how many miles is it back to Vega? 100 miles?
About that.
Yeah, it was a few hours over rough roads in a
Yeah,
car.
so probably about 60, 70 miles.
60, 70 dry miles. We've got full stomachs. But,
We don't,
they'd find us in 10 minutes if we tried to lie it out.
and Rangers don't run away because we hit a little problem. We get sent in because there's a problem.
Well, Captain, speaking of that Ranger code, do you figure we go down and look and see if there's anything in the trunk of that car?
Our car?
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
we can see. So we play it cool, like,
Mm-hmm. But
must have been a dust storm last night. I'm going to see if I've still got a shotgun. I'm going to see if there's a dead body in the trunk.
mm-hmm. I'm gonna, yeah. I'm gonna go see what Clarence's reaction is.
Okay.
Going to be
So
lines.
the lieutenant is heading out to take a look at the back of the trunk. The captain is looking to find Clarence. Is Doc
Mhm.
going to do anything?
I'm going to go with Lieutenant.
Okay.
Lieutenant 10.
Okay, so let's go with Lieutenant and Doc first. Yeah, you head down to the car. You open up the trunk. There is no dust in the back of your trunk of your car. You do find your shotguns that had been there, but they look like they would not survive the firing of one round. The metal is just kind of falling apart, and the wooden stocks are basically rotted out.
Yeah, and everything in the vehicle is similarly blasted by.
Yeah, it just looks like
Yeah.
it's aged. It's been out in the West Texas sun for 30 years by the looks of it.
I'm going to look at the engine.
Seized up, crystallized oil.
Well, I would say the name of the Lord's name in vain, but I kind of like John, so I don't want to offend him. We
I'm
are
not there, so.
Yeah.
Son of a monkey's uncle.
The captain isn't here, and we're not going to talk about this either.
I'll admit, Lieutenant, I'm having really strong fight or flight rules. I'm ready to run. I can hide in the countryside and get somewhere eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, Doc, I understand what you say. I think they've tracked others down before, and I think the captain's right about taking a stand. I think they'll just pick us off. They've done this before. So if you can, you can borrow a little of my Dutch courage if you care to. Tennessee courage. It's not very good, but I think we're only going to make it out of here on our feet if we hang together. And the captain is still armed.
Well,
You saw Sarah come out and touch the car?
it was dark.
Yeah.
Someone walked by me. It was wearing a dress, so I knew it was a woman. If there's some dress-wearing men in this town, I don't think so.
His
walked
robes
over.
weren't cassocky, right? His robe, he was dressed in black.
He was in a suit.
Robes.
Yeah, the robes in the church sacristy, they'd look like what you would find a Methodist minister wearing, except it doesn't have any decoration on it.
So she walked over to the car. I thought maybe she was going to go into the hotel. She walked right over there. She stood there for a couple seconds and then turned around and walked back, and I followed her, and she went back to the the minister's house.
Oh, of course. I was thinking, because he's such a creepy old man, that it was the Reverend who was the problem. But it's his sweet young wife, who he
Maybe
met in
she's
Egypt, who's the witch or haint or whatever.
maybe she's 1,000 years old and a vampire. I don't know.
Yeah, Lilith herself or some such. Well, when we're looking at the car and the insides, it's pretty early. Are people poking their heads out at the strangers, or is it quiet? A couple of chickens.
It's still pretty quiet because the sun came up about 6. I'm assuming then Doc went in shortly thereafter. You guys talked up there for a while. I'm going to say it's about 6:30, maybe 6:45. And so not too many people are out stirring yet.
They definitely plan not to have us leave. Doc, back inside the hotel, get the captain and make a plan.
Yeah, find ourselves a safe place and bivouac with a rifle and a buck knife, and we're kind of screwed.
We're out on our own, but that's Texas.
Okay. So while you guys were doing that, Captain was going to go see if he could find Clarence. Doesn't take him long. He just goes downstairs and here's some commotion in the kitchen, and you find Clarence is there. He's got some coffee made up, and he says, Captain, good morning. Can I offer you some coffee?
No, I've gotten woken up already.
How about some breakfast then? I can get some eggs scrambled up for you if you wish, and a little juice maybe.
Oh, I appreciate it. Now we're gonna eat on the road, and all, but wanted to let you know we were going to be checking out. So didn't know if I was going to get a receipt from you and everything. We got file with the state.
Oh, certainly. You're not staying for the services. I thought I heard that you were going to stay for the services today, but okay. Yeah, we can get you checked out. When are you wanting to get checked out for?
What am I?
When are you wanting to get checked out?
Oh, when? Now.
Oh, okay. Certainly. You sure I can't offer you a little bit of coffee for the road? We can put it in a thermos.
No, that's all right. How's your wife?
Oh, she's doing fine. She's staying in bed for a little while longer, but because services aren't till 10, of course. So I was just getting things ready in the morning.
Of course. And all, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, give me all checked out, and how do you react when I said we're going to drive out of here?
Give me a psychology roll.
Okay.
He was like, I bet you are.
I'm gonna push that. So I'm just gonna kind of lean in and really kind of try and get the eye to eye look at him.
Okay. Just there will be some interesting consequences if you fail this.
Oh yeah. Wow, I rolled even worse.
As you kind of move to kind of get a little bit closer, just out of the corner of your eye, you see his hand kind of move up, and there's a cloth in it, just as a bit of ethanol is then brought to your mouth.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Give me a Constitution roll.
All right. Come on, old man. Triple zero is not a good roll. God.
Nope, you are out like a light.
Get rid of these Sanderson dice.
You are out like a light. As a little bit of you were put unconscious. And he starts dragging you out the back door. But however, luckily your friends weren't going to be staying out there too long. Lieutenant Carter and Doc, you see just the tail end of someone's boots being pulled through a back door just as you guys walk in through the front door.
I run over with my knife.
Yeah, not just someone's boots. That's Captain. So yeah,
and if the door
that's
is
65.
If the door is like swinging closed, I'm going to kick it open and go out.
Okay.
And probably use quite a few expletives at this point.
What's your dex, Doc?
Oh, my dex? Sorry. 50.
Right. At 65, I'm going to probably precede you. Not that I dislike your plan,
right?
Just that I'm going to get there faster.
Yeah, and you will get there faster.
And I'm very
because Clarence
concerned
only
about,
has a dex of 45, so he'll be going last.
And I'm very concerned about the sidearm that is the only weapon we have to get out of town. So not only am I concerned about my friend, but I know that he's armed, and I need to get to that. So
what's the LT doing?
It's full sprint toward that door. If it's clacking shut when I get there after his boots,
yep,
then I'm gonna seize up and push it open to see what I'm running into, so I don't run off some porch or something. I don't know what. Never been out the back door.
Yeah,
and as soon as if I see that the captain is being dragged by Clarence, then I'm going to jump from the porch, onto Clarence, like just right on top.
Okay. Yeah, you see Clarence is basically, he's got his arms underneath the captain's and just kind of pulling him on his body. He's just kind of pulling him out the back door as you kind of open up the door. And you go and jump. Why don't you give me a fighting brawl? And he's kind of busy with the captain, so he's not even going to attempt to dodge.
26 is just a hard, just under a hard. 27.
Okay. Are you wanting to damage him, or are you wanting to just kind of knock off his grip of the captain?
I mean, I'm not thinking deeply about this because I just saw the situation. So my idea is that I'm going to be going down the steps and clotheslining him. So like my arm is going to hit his shoulders or his neck or his face, depending on how fast he moves and how fast I fall. Any of those things are going to separate him from Captain.
Okay. Yeah. So you just basically, you kind of tackle him. He goes falling down the rest of the steps. The captain kind of just drops onto the back porch that's back there. So he's not tumbling down the steps. So we won't get any damage from it. But yeah, so you and Clarence just go tumbling down the back steps of the porch, and you are on top of him, kind of pinning him down to the ground at the moment. Doc?
So I'm right behind Harry as I come through the door with my knife out. And if they're sort of making an obstruction on the stairs, I'll probably grab a hold of the railing and leap down to the ground and then come around from the other side, holding my knife at Clarence. No.
Whoa! Your friend fainted. I'm just trying to get him some fresh air. What's going on here?
Bullshit. Sorry, John. But
he's unconscious.
I'm gonna slap him on the face. I can fix people. So
because he's a doc.
Well, you can tell just the. That's not going to wake him up because it's going to take something a little stronger like medicine or smelling salts or something like that because he was just put out by some strong stuff.
What the hell's going on, Clarence? You guys wrecked our car?
What are you talking about? I didn't do anything to your car.
This is your fucking church. Oh, you probably don't know what that word means. This is your goddamn church.
This is my hotel. I don't know what you're talking about.
You should know. We're federal agents. We're here because of this. People are going to know that we're here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're in a heap of trouble already, kid. You've just assaulted 2 federal agents, not to mention requisitioning the vehicle, or destroying a vehicle that was requisitioned by the sovereign state of Texas. And your reverend's and his church are gonna burn. His witch wife from Egypt is gonna burn. If you can get yourself out of this is your last chance, son.
Give me an intimidate roll.
And
I'll give you a bonus dice because Doc's kind of helped you out a little bit with that, so you get a bonus die.
Oh, well, I rolled an 08 the first time, so I'm not going to require that generosity. And so for 55, that's an extreme.
He looks you right in the eye, Lieutenant Carter, and says, "The time of my tribulation has come. May my sacrifice be worthy."
Yeah, I guess it will be. You can do it yourself? He looks, I guess his eyes are glazed and fanatic.
Yeah.
Or he just is begging me to kill him. Or Doc to kill him. Is that what's going on?
Well, Doc does have the knife up to, did you say he's to his throat?
Well, yeah, I'm right in front of him, so I've got it where I can just take this.
Yeah.
I don't want to kill him. Now, where's the fun in that? But I might reach out, grab him by the neck, pull him back, and hold him like this.
Well, Doc, you can't leave him talking. So you might as well just don't do it. He wants it. Let him have it.
Yeah, but he might know more.
You think you try and make him talk. He wants to die. He's a goddamn martyr.
Is that it? Is that you want to die for your church? He says, well, you know what? We don't necessarily have to kill you. And I'll stick the tip of the knife into his flesh and twist it.
What part of his flesh are you doing this to?
Right under his arm, because I've got him like this. I want it to hurt.
He pushes his body into your knife.
Okay.
Give me a sand roll for that.
Yeah. Oh, 54.
You butchered hogs, Doc? That blood's so hot.
Probably. Yeah, I passed by 1.
Okay, just take 1 point of sand loss from that.
God damn. I'm just going to shove the guy to the ground then. I mean, I hope he only went in, like that, but.
Enough to puncture a lung.
Oh.
So he just he does like a type of thing.
Yeah, I might do some gargling. So we need to wake up the captain and find the horses before they start trying to round us up. Is there a barn or a garage or a carriage house behind the inn?
I'll say there's a carriage house.
So we'll pull the both unconscious parties out of sight. Yeah, I don't know. And there's probably, if there's a carriage house, well, there aren't any horses, obviously. In the carriage house.
If there's a pump,
or are there?
Not at the mill house. Not at the Mills Hotel. There's not any horses.
If there's a pump outside, I'm gonna maneuver John's face underneath the pump and splat it with cold water.
You can use a bucket maybe and not just drown him.
Like, he won't.
Little water torture. Why not?
Yes, Fallujah has not been invented yet.
We're in a situation where we have to go as quickly as possible. Don't have time to look for a bucket.
And it's spring water, so it's really, really cold. So that's enough to kind of wake the captain up. But you are going to have a headache. because you were drugged.
Yeah. Oh, God. Where's that piece of crap?
He's taken care of.
He's
We got
bleeding
you.
out. We can assume that since he assaulted you, that we're looking at a village-wide plan, although most of them are probably still sleeping since church 8 till 10.
Mm-hmm.
But the witch destroyed the car. You got the only functioning piece. I guess I could look inside the hotel and see if they've got another sidearm.
There's not any sidearms, but in the kitchen you can find like cleavers and those sorts of things. There'd be pipes if you want to have a blunt trauma instrument.
A little distance, I think, is good. So maybe
Yeah. I'll help you out. Wrap my arm around Marshall's waist and just pick a general direction.
When we go in, gonna go up. Did we know which room is like the Clarence and Florence's room?
they probably slept in the back on the ground floor, right?
Yeah, they're on the ground floor. It's the top floor is really for the guests' sleeping quarters, so it's on the ground floor.
Okay, I'm gonna go to that room.
Well, she could sleep for another couple of hours. She'll alert somebody unless you're going to kill her.
I'm gonna kill her. I have handcuffs.
All right. Are you wanting to go barging in, or are you wanting to like?
Yeah, I'm just gonna kick the door open.
All right. You kick the door open. She's still in bed in her nightgown and all of that sort of stuff. And when you come in, she just screams.
Mm-hmm. I go, all right, what's the plan you do with the people that stay here?
What are you talking about? Where's Clarence? Clarence?
Is there like something heavy in here, like a vase? I'm gonna kind of just throw it, but not at her, not to hit her, but like above the wall, the wall above her or something.
It was Clarence's time to sacrifice himself.
Yeah, Clarence has been martyred.
All right, give me an intimidation roll.
Okay.
I'll give you a bonus because you're scaring a woman that just woke up.
Right, that's the man's way. That is a path.
Okay, and what? It just we just need you to keep our village going.
Yeah, well, that's too bad for you. I ain't the one that's going to be doing that. No, I get out my handcuffs. I assume I have, being a law officer.
Sure.
And I'm going to kind of handcuff her like is like a railed headboard.
I'll say there's a radiator in the room.
Okay, yeah. Kind of handcuff her to that, and then if there was no phone line, so we don't think there's any phone here, so she has no way to call out for anyone.
Right. Yeah. There weren't any phone lines in the whole town.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm just gonna backhand her and walk out.
That's 2 down, 150 more to go.
So what I'm wondering is, in this flat ass land, how we can escape this maniac church situation. There's no arroyos to slip into. There's no underground nothing. Do we just set half the town on fire and then get going while they try to save what they got?
Look, Hammersmith is just down the street. There's got to be some cars around here somewhere. I can hotwire them. I built them from the, I've taken them apart and built them. So,
wasn't any horses in the carriage house, right?
Right.
There weren't horses at the carriage house at the hotel, but there are horses in the town.
Okay.
I think the bank and the what do you call it? The dry goods store. They talked about going into Vega to pick up supplies. They wouldn't do that on horseback.
That's right.
Gotta have a vehicle around here.
Let's go. Let's move from
So we'll go behind buildings
Mhm.
on that street, on the south side of the street. How you feeling, Captain? You look, yeah.
I got a headache, but right now I'm running on adrenaline.
Fair enough. And he's got a bloody knife. You've got a handgun. I've got a staff.
Mhm.
We're moving behind the buildings quietly.
I have a knife in my boot also.
Fair enough.
A hunting knife.
There's a kitchen full of knives if you want a knife.
Yeah, if we need a knife, we can grab. Okay.
So we move. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people out at this time of the morning because it's still relatively early and you haven't done anything to create a lot of noise. So yeah, you're able to kind of maneuver your way through the streets kind of quietly. You're heading towards where you want to go, the bank or the dry goods store, just so I can confirm.
Well, we'd have to go towards the bank and then up to the dry goods store.
Yeah, so we'll go by the bank
So
first.
they're kind of on the.
Okay. Oh well, the bank
wondering-
is currently closed, so there's not going to be anybody there. But yeah.
Given my desire to distract, if there's before we leave the rear of the inn, I'll take up some kerosene
Okay.
because I want to be able to cause things to burn in our wake. We might have to leave in the wrong direction too, just because I know we're headed back to Vega. But all right, so yeah, we go to the bank. Subtle, nothing seems to have noticed us yet.
Yep. You get to go to the bank. Like I said, it's going to be closed because it's Sunday at this point, so there's not really anybody in that area. You start moving a little bit further north to get up to the dry goods store. You do notice there seems to be a kind of a garage that you hadn't noticed previously. And when you do, inside there is kind of a large truck with kind of a big bumper on the back that's got some chains kind of wrapped around the bumper of the truck. It's not, the chains aren't connecting anything currently, but yeah, there is a truck there at the dry goods store.
That's the truck they take the vehicles away in.
Yeah. Climb into the truck. I'll get the engine going.
Okay. Starts right up. It's one of the push button starters.
Nice.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Sorry for my language.
It's all right. It's all right. It's justified now.
I think it's appropriate.
It's not the Lord's name also.
The general store is that it's attached to is closed. Is it chained up or anything? They must lock up their doors.
Well, you're talking about rural Texas in the 30s. Nobody really locks their doors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm figuring while we get the lay of the land, there's absolutely going to be a fire axe in that garage that I can put in the back of the truck, and an axe is better than a staff. And if I check the door of the dry goods place, I'm going to pop in and see if I can grab a better weapon. He's probably
what are you
got
looking for?
shotguns. I'm looking for another shotgun. He probably has one
Surprisingly,
counter.
I know this is Texas. There's no shotguns there.
All right. I'm not going to waste any time. Maybe I'll get some tinned biscuits or something so we can have a snack as we get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Close the door. Yeah.
Grab the chocolate. Been 20 years since I had chocolate.
Where are you boys heading?
Dump the kerosene.
I'd sit back towards Vega.
Oh, all right. Kerosene in the garage.
And
Something to work on.
yeah, kerosene in the garage, and maybe dump some on their precious field that right outside. So they're
Takes too much time. Just run.
No, I hear you, Doc. I'm completely happy to keep splashing kerosene from the back of the truck. Gives me a sense of cleansing of this filthy land. I do think we should make the first left or right turn we can before trying to hit Vega, because we will be followed.
yeah.
I see we got to drive straight to the police in Vega.
Did you? Well, you didn't really spend time with the police in Vega, but
they're not competent.
we are Texas Rangers, and they are local buffoons. So
Yeah, but they might be buffoons that stand between us and those people while we keep going.
yeah, we don't know. Maybe they love the spring melons in Vega. I think we want to make our way.
That's
Just
why
keep
it's so
going as
heavy.
far as we can with the gasoline we've got.
Let's do it.
We should be able to cross Texas in a couple of hours, right?
Yeah. Not that big of a place.
So Doc's
A
driving.
couple hours, you want to be out of Oldham County.
Yeah, Doc's driving. Captain Marshall's keeping an eye on pursuers, and I'm burning through a couple of carboys of flammables. The first one, half of it in the garage and the outskirts of town, and then we use it more sparingly.
All right. So yeah, you guys. Now, what general direction you heading? Because basically, if you look at the map again, you've got one road that goes east back to Vega, and one that goes west, where you don't quite know where that road goes because you're not from this area.
We're going east back towards Vega.
Okay. All right.
But I want to make the first. I'm arguing to the driver that I want the first major north or south road away.
Yeah, another
I
highway.
think we're going to be pursued to Vega. We can get on a county road. They're just not going to follow us. They won't know.
Okay. So you guys make like a bat out of hell. Now, just to confirm, you did light up that kerosene as you were splashing it around. So you've got you started a fire at the garage, right?
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just want to confirm that.
You also started a fire at the hotel, didn't you? No,
we did not.
Maybe not. No,
We talked about it. It didn't happen. No.
Yeah, we didn't have it.
Yeah, because you would have burned the woman to death that you chained up.
We did not roast that witch alive.
Yeah, I've participated in massacres in my past.
All right.
Only 24.
Yeah.
Doc's driving like a bat out of hell back to the east, trying to get back to Vega, looking for the first turnoff. You get about a mile out of first major turnoff. You get about a mile out of town, and coming in from the east, directly in front of you, is this massive dust cloud that is heading directly towards you.
Got a dust storm? Boy, luck is not on our side, is it? Roll up the windows.
Doc, pull over. We'll get under the truck.
Where are you that you're yelling? Oh, you're in the back.
Yeah.
Don't want to get caught out here. Pull over. We'll get under it. Get a ditch.
All right. I'll do that.
Yeah.
Right.
Got any gold fillings?
You pull over, you get down, get under the truck, get as low down as you can. This dust storm just kind of keeps to come through. It starts to arrives a lot quicker than you were kind of expecting from its distance. Those of you who actually go ahead and give me a con roll to see if any of the dust gets into your eyes or whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Pass.
24. Great.
They're probably used to dust, so
you guys were prepared for this. But as you're kind of going by, this dust storm is kind of bigger than any that you've kind of experienced before. You can barely see your hand in front of your face, the amount of dust that's kind of whipping around you, and you keep your eyes shut though, and keep your nose covered, pulling up your bandanas, whatever, to kind of cover it. And this thing just kind of seems to last for quite a long period of time, maybe about half hour or so. And then it kindly begins to kind of dissipate around you. And when you do, the truck itself is kind of, the front end of it is, because you use it kind of as a shelter, is kind of now buried in a couple of feet of sand.
All right. Well, let's put sand away from it. And is it dust or is it sand?
It's sand.
And the air on the other side smells cleaner or hotter, or does it seem different on the other side? Is the sky bluer now that it's blown over?
Surprisingly, once it's kind of blown over, it's crystal clear.
All right.
As if there hadn't been a storm that went through.
Well, no time to worry about it. Just hop in the car. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Truck won't go. It's buried in sand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Captain and I will start digging while you look at the engine, because it's probably all full of sand too, but not as much as the wheels are.
Okay.
But we can dig out, and they have to dig out behind us too.
Just going to be loose sand, so it should be easy to just shove aside. Yeah.
Sand that gets in everything.
Heavy sand, loose as it might be. Got to move it. I mean, snow is light. You ever shovel snow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
After the process of shoveling the snow,
Sand.
out to the west of you, sand, excuse me. Yeah, sand. You mentioned
fault.
snow, I put it in my head. As you're digging yourselves out, you see what looks to be kind of a procession moving towards you, and they seem to be carrying on poles something towards you, walking down the road. There may be, like I said, you were only about a mile or so away from the village when the sandstorm hit. There may be a quarter mile behind you.
Mm.
Doc,
we're
how
about-
soon are we to moving?
I don't know. As soon as you get that sand cleared away,
It's going to take about an hour.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
we ain't gonna get that.
I'm like, gents, it's been nice to know you, and I'm just going to start running down the road in the opposite direction.
Okay.
All right. Doc's taking off.
I'm gonna get out my gun because I'm not gonna outrun it. I'm getting older, and my thinking is if I can start popping a couple of them, people generally run when people start shooting.
Damn
Okay.
shame I can't join you.
Yeah.
But I'll just keep trying to clear the road. And if you have a couple of rounds and plenty of time to reload. Yeah. Look for some likely ones. If you see
Yeah.
a banner or if you see Sister Sarah,
Yeah.
I'd prioritize that target because
Women
He's
and
the
children
one.
first, right?
All right. Trying to think, let me check real quick. What's the range on a
15
revolver.
yards. 15 yards.
15
is what
yards?
it's- Yep.
All right. So are you wanting just to fire away into the distance, or are you going to wait till they get within
No,
15 yards?
I'm gonna wait till they
Okay.
get close because I've got limited bullets and there's more of them than I have bullets. So
Okay.
whites of their eyes.
Basically, as they come into range, they've kind of set up a procession. You see the Reverend Wright in his just nondescript black robes is walking in front. You have three people seem to be carrying on poles. This seems to be a box that's kind of has a cover over it currently. Right behind them, you do see the minister's wife, and then you have about 20 other people that are part of this procession as well, kind of moving down the road towards you. And I will say they are within 15 yards of you at this point.
Okay. I'm going to aim at one of them carrying the box because I figure if I drop one, maybe their religious fervor, they'll try and catch it. And I'm thinking about the story where when the Ark of the Covenant, someone went to catch it and they died. All right. 24 in my range firearms handgun. That is a hard.
A hard. All right.
Yeah.
They're carrying it, so they really can't dodge anything. So go ahead and roll damage for me.
Okay, that thing does 1d8. And that hopped right out of my thing. 6.
6. All right. Okay.
Good shooting, Cap.
That is good shooting. You take one of them out. The front one in the front. He goes down. And when he does, that kind of throws the whole thing off. The covering of the box falls off as the box kind of begins to move towards the ground. When that does, Doc, you've already fled, so you're fine. Captain and Lieutenant, I need both of you to give me POW rolls.
Oh.
I'm going to require a hard POW roll, if you don't mind.
No. I didn't even get a regular.
I almost have an extreme. Remarkable. I certainly have a hard. 13.
Is it extreme or is it a hard?
It's a hard. But I can make it extreme. It's only 3 points. Do I feel so drawn that I want to push back? Yeah, I do. 3.
Okay.
3 points. Why not?
All right. So, all right. I think that actually, that's not going to do you any good there, Captain. You're going to take 12 points of damage as this ethereal light bursts out of what now, as it's now uncovered, it's basically you see what it appears to be the Ark of the Covenant. It's got the angels and all of that that's kind of been now uncovered. And this ethereal light shoots out from it and slams into your chest. And just begins to suck the life out of you. And you notice yourself as you begin to have your life essence pulled out of you. You see yourself kind of floating across that ethereal band back into the back into the ark itself. And as you do so, you find yourself inside this kind of grayish void. And you see this kind of figure that's floating off in the distance. And as it does so, it kind of opens up its maw and kind of pulls you in. What you see in your last and final moments before you go into oblivion is this.
What the hell? Nice.
Right. Lieutenant, you had an extreme success, so it's not going to be quite as bad as on you. But a couple things are going to happen. You are going to take 4 points of damage as the same thing grabs hold of you. All right, but you only take 4 points. But I do need a sand roll because you just witnessed Captain Marshall turn into that same dust you've seen before, right before your eyes, as he crumbles down before you.
53 is not successful.
So that's a failure. You'll take I need you to take a D10 for that.
Okay. That's where that's a 6.
That's a 6. Roll for your intelligence.
24. I'm pretty silly. Did not understand. Oh, no, I do understand. Oh, I do understand.
You do understand. You do understand. How do you think your character responds to that?
I respected the captain a great deal, but his religious observance business bothered me a lot. And now I've seen a Christian martyr destroyed before my eyes in a way. And now I'm a believer. I'm really fervently of the faith. Not sure what faith
Of this new
that will
faith?
turn out to be. I don't know whether I'm going to. I would invite you to determine whether I'm joining or I want to kill them all so desperately.
Actually, I'm thinking you're getting to the point where you see the power of this God that has manifested itself before you.
I have seen a truth. I've experienced a revelation. Yeah. And
Okay.
I'm burned and I can hold out my wounds to my brethren and I know they'll accept me.
Okay.
Speak to
Yeah,
how
and when you come to this new conversion, this ethereal light that had been connected to you just kind of dissipates, and it's no longer draining any life out of you. And you walk back over and put the cloth back onto the ark, and you go and pick it up from the one fallen person that had been killed, and you now carry it on your shoulder as you return then, as the procession returns back to the town.
joyously yoked.
All right. What does Doc do?
Well, when I reach Albuquerque, I just don't stop running. I don't know. I probably, like I said, it's kind of a flight. I'll keep looking in the distance for something to hide behind and put it between me and back there, and then run to the next thing and the next. And I'm just running across country. I don't know where the hell I'm going or what town I'll eventually run into. Hopefully it's not the town we just left.
No, you keep running and you keep running and you keep running. Eventually you find yourself somewhere in Utah. And I don't know, is this making you want to kind of finally settle down, or is this something that you'll just kind of keep you moving on?
I think I'll probably try to keep moving on, but it's going to take me a couple of years to overcome the trauma. In which case,
Yeah.
I might settle down in the Great Northwest, or
Yeah, you keep thinking that there's always someone you think they're always coming after you. That you're not really ever getting a good night's sleep. That whenever you hear the wind or something like that come through, you're worried that it might be them coming back to get you. So you just kind of stay on the move constantly. You never kind of settle down and never get restless. Eventually, you find yourself in the Great Northwest, and at that point, then you are so exhausted that you're put in a sanitarium because you're always looking over your shoulder.
yeah.
But in the midst of all of that, you see the green of the forests, the evergreens that are constantly green. So you don't really have to think about the desert and the dust anymore.
There's
But
lots of places to hide in the forest. They
but
locked
that's
me
where
up.
you spend your days, locked up in a sanitarium out in the Great Northwest.
You want to go
And
to the beach? No.
And that is the end of Now Gathers the Harvest.
Wow. So the sand was from Egypt that was getting all over our car, right?
Well, it had to do with, it was the result of Kwakiutl Taos. That's whose image I threw up to show you. Also known as the Treader of Dust, known as the Keeper of, Keeper of Dust, Treader of the Dust, the Ultimate Corruption, and is also referred to as Karath. So, but yeah, so basically everything from Clark Ashton Smith's story, anything it touches is dissolved. Yale did this a little differently than I've had in the past, but basically, one of the things that you had happen to you, the Sarah's, as you kind of guessed, is the leader of all of this. My thing's just killed off. Let me give me a second. I need to change this over. There we go. Sarah was the kind of the high priestess of all of this, and she had made a pact. And so you didn't get to see it, which is kind of the first time it hasn't happened. But she can take off her gloves, and she has these mummified arms. That if she touches you, it corrupts it, because she has that connection then to the keeper of the dust. And she uses that. She saves a little bit of that energy. Most of it gets fed to the great old one, Cthulhu Taos, but she holds on to it for herself for the benefit of the village, of the town that they're in. That's why everything's a little bit greener here, which is ultimately why the banker brought him in, is because he had troubles after the Great Depression, of course, and he was looking for anything, and he'd heard about this situation somehow through whatever means, doesn't matter too much, and invited them to come to set up in this little town. And people are believers because they see the power of Cthulhu Taos.
Yeah,
Praise
all the
be.
food.
Mhm.
The peach cobbler.
Delicious.
All you need is peach cobbler and fried chicken, and you got yourself some cultists.
There you go.
It's only 12 sacrifices a year, and they're mostly strangers.
Yeah.
Pretty cheap.
Well, the first ones, the first one was the Baptist preacher and his wife. Because you didn't go to if you would have gone there to their parsonage, you would have found the place kind of torn apart. There had been a struggle there, and you would have found then a pile of that same dust that was in their kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have had that, and then the Methodists, the same thing happened to them, but they were a little bit more, a little more practiced at that point. So.
Without their remains, we were fairly certain that they had not left.
Yeah.
Coincidental volition. So
Our players included David Gassaway, Keith Craig, and myself, with Thomas Bailey as the keeper of arcane lore. We have a Discord server where you can chat with other members, you can set up private games, and you can learn the finer arts of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Podbean or iTunes or Spotify. If you'd like to help support our show, visit our Patreon account or hit the Super Thanks button just below. It's your contributions that keep us going. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel. Punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answering any questions you might have. This is Thom Raley, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck and good gaming.